Okay, now we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome everybody this morning and welcome to anyone that is online, specifically Councillor Forrester. Thank you for joining us this morning, Scott, from far, far away. Technology is a wonderful thing. Hopefully it won't impose too much on your holidays. If we could, let's please rise and take a moment of reflection. Sheila, do we really need? Yeah, I guess we'll give you the floor to give us the technology. I think Scott might be the only one that's on right at the present moment, but there might be a few more there as well too. But give us the technical part of the meeting today. Sheila?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Before I begin, if you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter meeting ID 891-5626-2480. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, on Zoom as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software. Members of council and staff will be raising their hands to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance at any point during this meeting, you can send a chat message to me, Sheila Ferguson, Communications Coordinator, and I will attempt to assist you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Ask any of the members if there's any declaration of peculiar interest or general nature thereof. He has recognized any, but it certainly can be declared if it does arise at any time. So we're here this morning to really delve into the budget. And I think I can speak for everyone. We're not, council's not real enthusiastic about passing a budget where it sits right at the present moment. So our job today is to come to a consensus on what sacrifices we want to make or what cuts we're going to put in place and what we can accept going forward. So with that, Ms. Mighton, I believe, Carrie, you're going to give us some suggestions and give us the overview of where we're at with the budget at the present moment. Carrie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. We have where we landed off after the last meeting was increase of over 3.4 million or 26.5%. We have offered a few other suggestions on the operating side. There was both increases and decreases. The general levy for the Saugeen Valley budget, we didn't have enough in there for the general levy in category 3. We have yet to include category 2. That information will be brought forward at our December meeting. There's an increase in insurance. It's up about 12.5%. So we didn't have enough in there. And there was a correction that on one of the other fire line items. We looked at the parkland dedication fees as mentioned at the October meeting. The Planning Act lets municipalities fund growth-related costs for land for parks and other recreational purposes is the language that they use. Parkland Reserve is a fund in which the cash in lieu of parkland dedication fees are deposited and should be used for the acquisition of new parkland and recreational facilities and for capital improvements to existing parks and recreational facilities. So we are proposing here to use $15,000 of the parkland dedication towards the Trails and Recreation Master Plan. And then in the next line, you'll see in the budget, the draft budget for 2024 included $10,000 of actual work to be done on trails. So we're saying, proposing to allocate that towards the balance of the master plan project. So no work would occur on the trails, and we would use 2024 towards the plan. Municipal modernization funds, the waste management master plan had been allocated by the previous council towards that. So it was at a lower level, but we've looked at the balance of the funds, and that would use up, we're projecting the remaining funds towards the waste master plan. We reviewed some of the Durham and Normanby ice rental rates, and there's sort of a shift between the Durham and Normanby where the usage is, but in total between the two, we've shown another $25,000 of revenues. We've increased the fire revenue. We looked at the 4-year average, the last 4-year average. So we've added another $10,000 based on that. Review, the Council Integrity Commissioner, we dropped from 25,000 to 15,000, which is for a net $10,000 decrease. The previous, this 2023, we have not had a lot of use that we're aware of the Integrity Commissioner, so we felt we could drop that a wee bit. We've increased some of the investment income only for part of the year, because we do anticipate to be drawing on bank loan for the construction financing, so we won't have sufficient bank balances to generate much more investment income than what is projected there. So then that would get us, we've a further decrease of 110,163 to bring us down to 3.36 million, or 25.6%. That, as an example, gets us to breaking that between operating and capital. It's 726,000, or 5.5% of an increase on the operating side, and capital, we still have 2.6 million, or 20.1% increase on the capital side. If you do you want to go in, start going into the options on the capital? A lot of these are capital. There's a couple operating provisions there, but these are some options. Looking for council direction on whether they want to move any of these forward.
If I might say, I think from, as I said earlier, the first conversation was that I don't believe that any of us can swallow 25.6. You've put forward some options, so we might as well get to them right away. Start there and make some decisions.
The first option is deferring Bridge G44 and banking the OCIF funds, using them in 2025 for construction, and transferring 466,500 to a bridge reserve. Then also in 2025, we would have that built in and would have another 466,000 that we could use towards the bridge. So between the 2 years of OCIF and the bridge reserve and tax levy funding, we may be at the level that we need should the bridge come in at the engineer's estimates. The risk is that the bridge may be closed before the construction takes place, and the engineers will likely have to inspect it more frequently because of the to make sure that the structure is safe for continued use.
Comments? Councillor Hutchison, too.
Yeah, so thank you for coming up with some suggestions here. I think realistically, 10% is a lot easier to swallow than 25%, but we're not done yet. So comments on the bridge. I like the idea of deferring. The reality is that we have a lot of bridges and we're behind and we can't fix them all in 1 year. So I think looking at this bridge in particular, if we have to, in some cases, spread that over a couple of years to fix a bridge a year at 1.5, 2 million, 2.5 million isn't realistic. We can't do it based on what we're doing for budget. So I think by saying, okay, let's look at maybe a bridge every 2 years. Some of these bridges have been here for 100 years, so it's not, hopefully they're not all going to fall down at the same time, but some of them are in bad shape, as we know. So I think realistically, we have to look at putting some of these bridges over 2 years. And in this case, we're banking some money. We're going to have to come up with some money. We got grant money, but at least we're making some gains. I think Jeff's got a good plan there. I think we're on the right track. It's unfortunate that we sort of got to a point where bang, we're up against the wall and we got to do something. The other thing that I think, and it maybe has to do with the next one too, we are going to have to close bridges. I think it's a reality. We can't fix them all. And if I look back in our 2019 WSP, this is Glenelg's rationale report. And one of the things that they mentioned in here, for example, is Bridge 38, which is the next one, is they say close it. We're talking about fixing it. They say close it. And there's quite a few of those when you start going through these reports. They're saying you can't, in order to get on top of your bridges, you're going to have to close bridges. So I think that's a reality. And unfortunately, in this case, hopefully this bridge doesn't, become a point where we have to close it before we can fix it. But it could happen. And if it happens, then the people in that area are going to say, wow, what's going on? Well, reality is we have too many bridges and we can't afford to fix them all. So, so I think we have to look at also closures as an option to try to get on top of this. And another one I look at, and I know I'm going ahead here a little bit, but another one I look at is Side Road 25. We talk about the bridge on the south end of that road. The reports say close it. We fixed the one on the north end because there's residents in there and they would have been trapped. But the one on the south side, there's no residents in that area. If we close that bridge, then it becomes, we don't have to maintain it in the wintertime and maybe limit it in the summertime. So therefore we gain some extra funds when we start closing roads that really don't have the traffic count to warrant them being open or to warrant putting $1 million into a bridge or 500,000 for a culvert. It just goes on and on and on. So I think, it's a tough thing, but I do think we have to chip away at it and do whatever we have to do to make it work. So I'm sure, Jeff, you have these reports and whatnot, but again, looking back, we maybe have to make some hard decisions about what stays open and what's closed. So thank you for the suggestion. I think it's reality that we can maybe make that work for Bridge 44. I do have a question though, in your report, and I'm not sure who this came from, but it says in the having to do with the risk is that Bridge G38 may need to be closed based on engineer's recommendation before Bridge G44 would be completed. If this occurred, then residents may be stranded. Well, I don't think that's quite right because they're in two different sections of the North Line. So one's on west of 23 and the other one's on east of 23. So I don't think that would be an issue. They'd have to go around, but they aren't going to be stranded if either one of those bridges get closed. Even if they both get closed at the same time, they aren't stranded. So I just question that part. So thank you. I've said my piece.
On this one topic, then there's a few more to go through. Jeff, the question was, are these two bridges, one closes, do individuals become stranded?
Not necessarily, no. The problem is there's 3 bridges on the North Line, but only 2 of them right now are in dire need for repair.
just for clarity, if Bridge 44 and 38 were both closed, does that leave anybody stranded or landlocked or river locked at this point?
I'd have to double check the river lock part of it, but I believe if they're on either side of 23, people's routes become longer and emergency response routes would become longer, which possibly could be tolerated. So next time the BCIs are updated, there will have to be a discussion on do we want to replace or do we want to close and ultimately remove.
Okay. So to Councillor Hutchison's point, that bit in there about people being stranded doesn't come into effect. So we don't need to worry about that aspect of it. If both bridges 44 and 38 were closed, we're kind of not 100%, but we're pretty close to being, nobody's going to be landlocked.
That would be correct.
Okay. All right. Deputy Mayor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and good morning, everyone. Here we go today. Just one question that comes to mind: the load restrictions on all our bridges. Are we moving forward on that? Because I think we've got a lot of big equipment going across, a lot of overweight stuff going on, obviously with the harvest rate now. But we start to put load restrictions. Is that going to help with the longevity of some of these? That'd be my first question.
So when we do the Olson report, the engineer is asked about the load rating on a structure, bridge and or culvert. As it deteriorates, yes, load restrictions are placed on the structures with the idea minimizing the loads to try to maximize its life cycle.
Okay, thank you. So on our report that we have, we know, obviously what's going to come at us within the next 5 to 10 years, if you will. Again, Councilor Hutchison brought that out. We're not better off maybe asking or suggesting that maybe we look at this and be proactive in advance and start earmarking some of the ones that we got. We know they're coming at us, but maybe we put some load restrictions on. It may buy us some time, and at least we can keep the residential traffic moving. I know commercial is very important, but we got to figure some of this out because we can't have all these bridges closing all at once, nor can we afford to put them all on. So thank you for that answer. The other thing that's a concern is that, we are discussing any bridge closures. I want to make sure that it's very imperative that we do. We don't have to have you could have one large general public meeting, but I think what we need to do is we will need to get out and we will need to get into the areas where the residents that are in the proximity of any of these bridges being closed, that we are out there and we're going to talk to them and hold public meetings to let them understand the implications of, the cost and, the tax. Well, it's the burden on the tax. So I want to make sure that we're not going to miss that. And we're just, think, it's just easy to get rid of it. So I really like to see us make sure we follow up on that and stay fine tuned with, again, the ones that are in that specific community. And that's just a note that I would like to see us make sure we take care of. And I don't know if a general one, because you got a bridge closing out in Glen Elk. It's, we got a big area here. So I just think hitting each one specifically is going to be what I'd like to see us do. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Shay, Jeff?
Well, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here, it seems. I just want to, for context, describe the situation that I'm familiar with, and I think some of you are. We, over the course of the last 20 years or so, seem to have been slipping further and further behind on bridge maintenance. The reports that we got last term or 2 terms ago, council, showed that there was a huge deficit and that we were going to have to work really hard to play catch up. That slipping behind happened, I think, because of councils being in the position that we are at this moment. looking at an untenable budget increase and saying the only thing that we can cut is a major bridge project. And so councils did that year after year after year, getting us into the situation that we're in now. Doug brings up the point about closing bridges. We've talked about closing bridges since that report came out, and we haven't taken any steps or any action on that. Tom talks about, you know, meeting with the public and having information sessions. We've talked about meeting with the public and talking about the bridge situation for years, and we haven't done that. So I'm very nervous about saying, okay, the only solution, the only way of fixing this budget is to take the bridge off the table. And I'm just afraid that this is going to become a habit again, and that we're not going to be making any progress. Carrie, the OCIF funding, you say we should bank that. Would that impact our eligibility to receive OCIF funding for the next year? No.
No, it's formula-based funding. It's OCIF formula-based funding, and we get an allocation each year. The province can, you know, they change how they calculate it and the base, but you are allowed to bank it for, you know, one big project or whatever your needs are. Same with if you don't use it all in one year, you can hold it and use it the next year if projects come in under budget and that type of thing.
Thank you. And this 1.3 million for the bridge, that's the bulk of the change from 25.6 to 9.9. Without that bridge in there, we're up around 20, I assume.
Yeah, that would leave 446,000. We were budgeting 1.7 million of the $2.4 million bridge to be funded from the tax levy. So then that would leave 466, I think, going into a bridge reserve. So then that would help build up a base of some money, an increase. It's hard to get there in 1 year if it's been underfunded, right? So it's at least continues to dedicate 466,000 towards bridges.
And I see the last item on this list is reduction in the library board budget. I assume that that's going to impact library staffing levels. We don't manage their budget, so you know how they would figure out how to accomplish that would be up to them. But I don't see any other staffing level reductions as a possible solution to this budget problem. Have those been considered?
First, the library board budget has about, it's 41,000, 20-some thousand is wages and benefits, and the remaining is other expense lines. So that reduction would not necessarily result in staffing changes for the library. It would still give them based on what their draft budget is, but again, that's for the board to decide. We didn't include any staffing reductions in here. There was a switch that was approved at the last meeting to change a two seasonal part-time into a flip it to a full-time in the Durham Depot. That was the only staffing change that's been approved.
Okay, before we get into staffing, we'll go with this line by line. And is there any other conversations on this bridge? We don't get off on a tangent. Councillor New, Joyce.
Thank you. Just general comments on Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Shea's thoughts. I would recommend that since G38 has been considered for closure, that we as a council need to make a firm stand on moving forward with that, with deliberations in 2024. I don't see spending money on engineering at any time on a bridge that we're going to close. If anything, it's engineering to prove that it's not warranted, nor the neighboring community is going to be affected by it. If we're going to have anyone landlocked, of course, we'd have to consider that. But if it's just a through road, just a convenience road that's not a high used road, then yes, we have to make those considerations. So I would move for, because it is planned for 2027, which is, that's a future council. But if we can make those decisions prior to close that bridge with having public meetings and so on and so forth to make a stand and to show that we're trying to be proactive rather than reactive and have this done. So I would recommend, I'm not sure if it's allowed in today's meeting to move forward with that as being something that we need to make a firm stand on in our 2024 year, whether it's through a special council meeting or how it can be handled. Anyways, we need to move forward on this. Also, sorry, how does this affect with the safety component, like for fire emergency or any emergencies if this bridge would be closed? So we definitely need to work with our other departments to see how this would factor as well, like making reroutes for emergency services. That's a big factor, again, with closures of bridges. Thank you.
Carrie?
Anytime a bridge or structure is closed or a road is closed, all emergency services, ambulance, fire, police are all notified so that they can plan their routes accordingly, regardless of, review of your bridge closures. Anytime we close a road or a bridge, the departments are also always notified.
So further to that, Joyce, you are putting forward that what is here, Bridge 44, the suggestion by staff that we defer that to 25 and that the pre-engineering on Bridge 38 be pulled. Okay, Jamie.
Through your miracles, I do have something crafted specifically for the Bridge G44. We could deal with G38 in a separate motion, or I could try to incorporate it into this motion if that's council's wish.
Well, I think that's what I heard Councillor Noon say, so let's try. Yeah, as the old saying goes, knock off two ducks with one stone here. While he's doing that, Councillor Hutchison.
Just one more point. I'm not a strong advocate of closing bridges, put it that way. Like, I think reality, we have 3 bridges closed now, right? Which people aren't real happy about, but I mean, it's been there, we've done it. The neat thing about when I look at the overall, the bridge condition index, the BCI, in the reports from previous reports, they talk about if you're in a 40 to 60 range, then you need to be doing some maintenance to look at it seriously and replacement, repair, whatever. We're not that bad a shape. When I look at the list that our director gave us here, like the lowest one on the list was 28.3, and that was bridge 189, which we repaired. So the next lowest one is 46.8, which is the one on side road 25, which is a box culvert, which I think we could potentially close because I don't think it warrants putting any money into it. But then the next one is 48 and then goes on to 50 and so on. So there's about 9 bridges below 60. So what I'm saying is I think we're on the right track. I think we can make it happen. Hopefully we don't have to close anymore. The North Line is I'd hate to see it closed too, because it is a fairly major road, but not maybe a lot of traffic, but it has, like, I can think of 6 bridges between Durham and Priceville, and maybe there's more in there just on the North Line. And some of those bridges should be culverts. Like some of them, like that 38 is really an overflow for 39, I think it is. So I hope that in the future going forward, we talked about prefabs or Bailey bridges. I think that hopefully there's something out there that can help us alleviate our problems, whether it's a prefab bridge, there's new designs, getting rid of culverts and putting in steel culverts, cement culverts, get rid of and put in steel culverts. Some way of helping us to solve the issue. But I think it can be done. I think we're in some ways we're on the right track. It's just hopefully while we're going through this, that more and more bridges aren't going to all of a sudden have to be closed, because of their condition deteriorating quickly. So I do think maybe it's not all gloom and doom. I put forward a negative outlook, but I think we can get there, and I think our director's on the right track. So thank you.
So after all of that, you're seconding the motion that's on the floor there, Doug? Because we still are looking for. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Eccles, what I have is that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, Council 1 defers the construction of Bridge G44 to the 2025 budget. 2, direct staff to transfer $466,500 from the tax levy to a bridge reserve. And 3, direct staff to remove the $167,500 allocation to the pre-engineering project for Bridge G38 from the 2024 draft budget.
And Councillor Noon is moving that. Do we have a seconder? Doug? Councillor Hutchison. Further conversation on the motion. Start with Deputy Mayor and then go to Councillor Shea.
Mayor Eccles, one of the questions I have is regarding in this motion would be G38 specifically. So there's ongoing maintenance or engineering. So where's that funding come from? I don't understand that part. So we don't have any money allocated for ongoing, even G44, there's going to be ongoing. Where's that? I don't see that money's up. Pardon me? Anyway, sorry, Joyce. If I could have that answer, please.
Through your worship, generally it's in the operating budget for bridge maintenance. Unless it turns into a very significant issue identified by an engineer through the inspection process, but normal routine maintenance to try to maintain existing as best we can is tried to handle through the operating budget. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Shea.
Yeah, thank you. Director Martin, do you have at your fingertips how much we spent on bridge maintenance or transfers to bridge reserves last year and possibly the year before, or at least last year?
When you say last year, 23 or 22?
I guess 23.
23.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we did, on the capital side, the budget included $750,000 worth of sort of various bridge work, pre-engineering, removal. Of that, the tax levy was $357,000. I'll just pull up the operating. Let me just give me. The operating budget in 2023 included $85,000. That also part of that is for OSUM biannual OSUM reports. We do half the municipality, or half of the bridges, if you will, 1 year and the other half the next year. So, but it's 85,000 in total.
And so this proposal to put 4,665 into a reserve would mean that next year we would have to come up with 900,000 or something.
You'd keep your 4,665. So you want to keep that and then also budget 4,665 next year in order to do the bridge at 2.4 million. I need this year's or 2024's funding plus 2025 at the same level from the tax levy.
I'm confused. If the total bridge cost is 2.4, OCIF would cover almost 700,000.
Plus another 600,000 of OCIF in 2025.
Oh, we would use two
2 years
OCIFs.
worth of OSIF funding. That's why I need to bank it, is I need that much money. So I need, 1.2 million or more from OSIF plus the 800,000 or not close to 9 with this, or over 9 with the 466 twice, in order to put towards that bridge to get it done.
Okay, so we would be committing to putting 466,000 in this year and.
And 2025
Same amount.
remaining at that level.
I
Yeah.
see. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So it wouldn't be in 2025, it's not an addition, it's already in there and it's carried through. Just to a point, Councillor Shea, that you made there earlier about not closing bridges. I believe the Kennedy Bridge was closed by former councils. Treverston Bridge has been closed and removed.
It's being removed as we speak. Thank you.
Correct. And I can't tell you the number of the bridge, but it's on the 2nd of Normandy or side road, whatever, just off of 89 highway, has been closed. That was projected and announced. We got the maximum life out of it. The council almost 20 years ago said at that bridge, we'll put a bit of maintenance into it, but the expected life after the maintenance was 20 years, and it was closed 2 years ago, 3 years ago, give or take. So leading up to that, it's not that we haven't closed, West Grey hasn't closed bridges, but putting a bit of maintenance in and extending maximum life, but letting the residents be prepared. Here's what's going to happen. It's not going to shock you overnight, especially that bridge down at off of 89 was done. You've got 15 years, 18 years, whatever it ended up being, but we're extending the life. And I think we put a couple of $100,000 into putting a new deck on it, a wooden deck at that point in time. It's a large structure, but let the residents know, the farming community, this bridge is going to be gone in 15 years. I think that's very similar now with bridge C38 or Ganoke G38. You may not have 15 years in it, but it may be an option for Jeff to look at and say, yeah, if we put 50,000 into it, we can get another 5 or 6 years out of it. And the community, then they can prepare for it. That bridge isn't going to be there. That's the way I see this happening. And we can put the money into structures that really we can't, we have to replace, prioritize. All of these bridges that we know were put in when, or most of them were put in when the predominant means of transportation was horse and buggy. Today you can jump in the car and start it and be all the way around the detour and back home before you have the harness and whatnot and the buggy pulled out and there's a sleigh and headed to town. So I've always felt that it's, yeah, it was a bit of a convenience, but time-wise and movement-wise, we're still farther ahead than we were 100 years ago when some of these bridges were built. Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
I think that's key. The whole publication or information part of it, I think, is really important. Joyce brought that forward. Like for example, like the one on the North Line or the one on Fed Road 25, is there some way that we could maybe put out a letter to the local residents and maybe something across the board, but to say, according to our engineers, these bridges are slated to close in the near future. What does that look like for you? How is that going to inconvenience you? And so just get some input on it. And then when it does come up, like whatever, we know the time frame, the years, then when it does come up, then at least people are aware of it and they're not going to say, oh, what do you mean you're closing our bridge? Like, even if we say that potentially it could be closed, doesn't mean we will close it. Like, for example, the one on the North Line, maybe if we can salvage and keep those bridges, great. But in the meantime, we maybe need to let the community know that potentially this bridge could be closed. So what's that look like for you? Especially if you have property on both sides of the bridge, which sometimes happens, right? So for farmers and so on. So I think that's important to get that out there.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Any other comments, Jeff?
Just to respond to your comments, I had the impression that the Kennedy Bridge and the Traverson Bridge were not closed by council, they were closed by engineers who said these bridges have to be closed. And I think what you're talking about now is a sensible approach, which is, let's plan these closures in advance. Let's not wait until an engineer says one day you close it today. We've talked about having those sorts of, what bridges will we close and when. We've talked about having those discussions before and we haven't had them. So maybe this is the year that will change. I look forward to having that discussion.
Okay. And I agree with you, yeah, being a little more doing that and putting it out there. I think Councillor Hutchison said being proactive or the councillor Noon instead of reactive. Let them go until the engineers say we have to close it, but here it is. And that would be something I think could be done on an in-house basis more than having a consultant come and tell us or an engineer on a $100,000 master plan. I don't believe we need one of those. We've got very competent staff that can take a look at those engineering and the movement of traffic and get us down to that point where we can do that in-house. This is where traffic is going to move going forward. All right. Any other questions? Comments on the question? All the question. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? On a slight delay there, Scott. That was up. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. So there's the first two approved to be removed. The next one, Carrie, $100,000 removal from the remove the transfer to reserve on the Mulock Road. Comments?
Yeah, so that's the remaining transfer. Council at the previous meeting had lowered it by 100,000. So this would be removing the balance. And the risk is that the project will need to be fully funded in the year that you do engage in that work.
Jeff, please.
For Director Mighton, can you give us an estimation of what the tax increase would look like after the two removals that we just did?
Sorry, absolutely. So that is, we are at 14.4 with those changes. The total increase is $1.891 million. 8.9% of that, or 1.16, is capital, and 7.4% 726,000 or 5.5 of that increase is operating.
So removal of the, as you said, Carrie, if I can grasp that, it was 200,000. The last budget meeting, we removed 100. You're suggesting we remove the second 100 and not put anything into reserve? Thoughts? Comments? Joyce?
No, thank you. Is this project slated for 2025? Yeah, if we're putting it into reserve, I guess we're not going to be doing it next year. So when's the timeline of this road work?
Through your worship, the wild card on this one is actually Enbridge. There was a proposal to bring natural gas out to the Crawford area. We've been in contact with Enbridge on the schedule for that project. They don't have a firm time, no firm schedule as of the end of October. It'll be into the new year before they have any update, if any. The challenge they're having is the route they picked through Allen Park. There aren't enough connections to make the business plan work from their end. So they're looking at alternatives, or they're encouraging a developer to consider helping out with the cost of getting the gas there. Once we have a firm decision on what's happening with the gas, we can schedule the project as it does need to occur sooner than later. Thank you.
I would recommend then, since there's too many unknowns, that it be taken from the recommendation to remove the transfer to reserve. Thank you.
Okay. So we're putting that forward, Joyce, as a motion. We have a seconder for that. Scott? Thank you, Councillor Forrester. It doesn't got to be 5 o'clock somewhere down there, so we're good. There is that. As I said, we should make fun of him for taking the time out of his personal time, holiday time, to join us today. Okay. Any further comments on this, taking this out? Just a quick question, Carrie. Into that roads reserve, is there any other money going into that reconstruction reserve? Building that up?
Nothing into reserve, but you are doing various road work, but nothing actually going into reserve. So construction is happening, but nothing into a reserve.
So then I'll direct the question. This would be basically a resurfacing. We are saying from Unilock Road, but into the overall road structure. It could be transferred, but it's into reserve. We're putting it, saying to Unilock, it could be changed. It could be to the 4th of Normandy or the 5th of Glenelg or Street in Newstead. How much of an increase levy-wise is going into road resurfacing, hard top resurfacing this year? Derek?
Not hard top specifically, but the roads portion, whether it's single, double asphalt, the tax levy increase, if you did all of that, would be 100, like all the reductions and shifting of grant money, there's another $138,228 going from the tax levy into the road program. Increase. Yeah.
So by doing that, we're increasing that, not necessarily the same to reserve, but we're increasing there. instead of going to reserve. So that's an increase. Okay. Any other questions on this? Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Next one, defer the Elmwood project. Who wants to take that one?
So yeah, so when we talked about the net increase in the tax levy, that would also, this impact would also be included in that change. We're reallocating some gas tax funds from the Elmwood project and waiting for the EPCOR gas line to be complete and settled, and look at reconsidering doing Elmwood in 2025, but reallocating the CCBF funding to still get your surface, your asphalting, your surface treatment, double and single. The amount of kilometers for single surface treatment will be less, as opposed to the original budget that showed 10 kilometers, because we're going to do all the different road resurfacing, and then whatever we have left is how far the single surface would get. That makes sense. We're kind of shifting all of the, still getting Durham Road East, the final lift of paving, still doing double surface treatment on concession 6 to Highland Estates, and then single surface treatment, doing whatever kilometers we have that the dollars will get us. It'll be more than the, I think we did 2 in 2023. So we're estimating based on hopefully costs, but that we would get more than that 2 kilometers, but it won't like be the 10. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 6. We will know once the costs come through, but whatever, we kind of try to max it out on the single surface then. But sort of lumping that whole road program into, and that would still give us that net tax levy increase of $138,000 from the tax levy towards the overall road program.
Thank you. Comments, Doug, too?
So Terry, did you say that the Durham Road East final paving would go ahead? Because it's in here. It looks like to me it's saying that it wouldn't go ahead. It would go ahead? Okay. Thank you.
All right, anything further on that? EPCOR has given us an absolute that they're going to do this, or will it be dragged out?
EPCOR's comment is their hearing at the Interior Energy Board is scheduled for this fall. And depending no hiccups, they are ramping up their contractor to begin this spring. That's their expectation. They're supposed to get back to us just before Christmas or early in January with a firm schedule at that time. But their expectation is to start this spring and be done this fall.
As in 2024.
In 2024, yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And then we can revisit this project then for 2025.
Correct. And we could expect in 2025, after EPCOR has done a fair bit, it's always been part of the project would be they would contribute to the reconstruction or rebuilding of the roads.
They have proposed a meeting with their management to discuss how the project will unfold. It has been staff's request that be an agenda item for discussion on how compensation will work, with an expectation that there will be compensation. They haven't committed to a dollar value yet, but that is the expectation.
It would be a pleasure to work with them, as long as the checkbook is large. No, I think that would be optimal to do it that way. All right, We have this moved and seconded. Nobody wants to comment on that one. Jamie?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, based on the options of changes, I do have a motion crafted if it's council's wish, and it's that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council defers the Elmwood Road reconstruction project to a future year and directs staff to reallocate the $373,100 CCBF funds to the remaining West Gray Road projects.
Okay, that's the motion. Tom? Deputy Mayor moves. Yep. Thank you. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Townsend. Doug one. Okay. Any further comments on the motion? Joyce? Councillor Newman?
Thank you. Just for clarification, Carrie, so the 373,100 is funding that we're reallocating. It's nothing's coming from the tax base other than not doing the job in Ellenwood.
That's the reduction based on those changes. The total road program, there's still approaches in there for the county, some pre-engineering work being done with the Rockwood Terrace. So the total road program is at 892,500. The tax levy support is 478,228. So what you see on there is the decrease from making those various changes, and we're using grant money towards some of those other projects, but that's the tax levy decrease from that reallocation.
Okay. Anything further clarification on the motion? Councillor Shay, Jeff?
I'm a little still confused about the 373 number. Could I hear the motion read again?
Certainly, it's that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council 1 defers the Elmwood Road reconstruction project to a future year, and 2 directs staff to reallocate the $373,100 CCBF funds to the remaining West Gray Road projects.
So that number is the amount that was funded, and it matches the amount that we're saving in the budget.
It should be 350, my mistake on that, Jamie. The CCBF funding that's being reallocated is 350,000. The reduction in the tax levy is 373. Yeah.
Through you, so the corrected version of that then is defers the Elmwood Road reconstruction project to a future year and directs staff to reallocate the 350,000 CCBF funds to the remaining West Gray Road projects.
I guess I didn't have my mic on. All those in favor? There we go. Yes, yeah. Sorry, Scott, but we were voting and you weren't voting. And then I realized I hadn't really asked you yet. Yeah, yeah. Put it up like that. Okay, any opposed? That's carried. My apologies, Scott. Okay. Defer the security system for Elizabeth Street, Durham shed. Who wants to talk to that one? Tom? Okay.
I just a question. I know, I don't even recall who I've talked to about it, but a couple of staff members from various departments. I think there's a concern over there. So I believe it's the side door. I believe is, well, that's a conversation I had. So you know, it's $10,000 if somebody did break into that building. You know, we could quickly be into 100 times or 1,000 times that value. So to me, it's a pretty small potato for the security of our equipment. So Is that the side door, if I may through you, Mayor, to our manager?
Through your worship, in my time here, I'm not aware of an actual incident occurring at the Elizabeth Street shed. However, staff have made me aware that historically there had been several incidences, and yeah, the side door was a primary target. Since then, there's been an increased police presence that has substantially helped with the issue.
And I think if we could, the police presence would be because they're fueling there all the time, right? That's where the police fuel their vehicles now.
You're correct. It's twofold. One, yes, they're there to fuel, and it's now part of their patrol with random checks.
Doug, too.
Just to clarify, so we're talking the new shed that was built by the county shed? Which, Elizabeth,
I'm
behind the
seeing
co-op,
Karen
yeah,
saying-
the new
in behind the
building.
co-op and
Right.
the still using the old county shed as well too, right?
Right, but this is the new building that they're
I
talking.
think
Okay,
it's the new
okay.
building that we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anything further on this one? Anybody want to comment? Do we leave it in? Do we take it out? Deputy Mayor said possibly the best thing to leave it in, but conversation's not done.
If thank you, Mayor Eccles. I would make a motion that we leave that one in, or we just, I don't know if you would need a motion or not. You don't need a motion to leave it in. We need a motion to remove it. So I'm in favor of leaving that one in, but I'll leave that up to the colleagues to support that or delete it. Thank you.
Okay, anything further on that? If there is nothing further, then we're leaving it in. That's what we want to hear down at the Public Works shed. It's just crickets. We don't want to hear anything there, so we'll leave it in to make sure we have that. Okay. All right. Down to the next one, defer Victoria Street. Joyce, comment.
Thank you. For clarification, so this 40,000, is this from Gray Road, the intersection of Gray Road 3 west to Caroline Street? And this development again is in there. I'm not just too sure. Is there something that is coming forward that we're not aware of? When it shows, I would say with the reconstruction complete from Caroline west to where the road is maintained. Just for clarification on where that cost is.
This 40,000 was what was left when we're going to pave from the last meeting, Gray Road 3 to 125 meters. Yeah, so this would be deferring the remainder until we're ready to do the whole road, doing it all at once instead of the first 125 meters. So that's just the remainder of what was left of that project.
Okay, anybody else? Tom? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Okay, so for clarity, we are still going to go in and do work from, I believe it's Caroline Street, and I know also know it do down to that last house. We are still going to do the work that we had discussed, not hard top, but we're going to go in and repair or enhance that portion of the road where most of the new residential houses are. That's, I think, is what I'm looking for. This is from 3 to Caroline. This must be for the hard service, but I want to make sure that the gravel or the enhancement we talked about is still in there.
Through your worship, yes, we can continue with our annual road maintenance in that area. But I believe this brings our budget for that project to zero, so it would be what we normally do through the operating budget would be the level of service provided.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that I have a disconnect from what the last meeting, because from our discussion, the enhancements or continuing that repair is what we've been talking about, because we took a rate out last year and we reallocated the funds elsewhere. That's fine. I believe the conversation that I had from the last meeting that I recall anyways, is that we were going to actually do substantial enhancements there to create a base, not hard service it, but give them a much better base, because the maintenance going on now is what we continue to get complaints about, because it's not adequate. And I think that's what I believe we had talked about, but I want to make sure that that's what I'm clear on. Thank you.
Okay, just Jamie.
Through your miracles, the motion that was made at the last council meeting on budget was that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council direct staff to complete hardtop and road improvements from Gray Road 3 to Caroline Street West and rehabilitation of the road base from Caroline Street West to the westerly road limit. So that's still in place from the previous meeting. This doesn't impact that.
But the manager just said that it's gone to zero and we were just going to do maintenance work on it. We weren't going to do any base.
Yeah, if you approve this, it removes the entire project and it's just regular operating maintenance, but none of the work would be completed in 2024. Is the remaining $40,000 of tax levy that would have gone towards that project.
If I follow up,
Tom? Yeah.
Thank you. So if I could refer back to the clerk to read that from the last meeting, we were discussing a rehab. That's what's.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Through your miracles, yes, it was that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council direct staff to complete hardtop road improvements from Gray Road 3 to Caroline Street West and rehabilitation of the road base from Caroline Street West to the westerly road limit.
Just a quick follow up, the miracles.
Yeah.
And then I will open it up to my colleagues. Okay, so I think there's two parts to this. How I looked at that was 3 to Caroline was one section of it, because that's hard top surface. And then you go Caroline down to that last residential house. The development is beyond that, we're all well aware, or the future development, we're not sure where that's at. So I'm not sure if this is hitting the mark on, because I feel like it's taken away from the rehabilitation that's required and not the ongoing maintenance. That's, I think, that's a concern there for me. So I'm not sure how we can address this one. I'll leave it open to others. Thank you.
My thoughts are if we left the 40,000 in there, it would pave. When we left it in there the last time, the idea wasn't from that motion, it would pave the 125 meters, Gray Road 3 to Caroline. Basically along the north side of the fall line. From Caroline down, there would be reconstruction, some base work done on that road on Victoria Street down over the hill to the last. From a conversation with a few local people and maybe one or two of the former road construction workers, roads guys from Normanby, the base in that road was just some gravel poured on top of the dirt, and Ms. Noon is nodding her head, yeah. That there needs to be some base work, and that we've done that on our own operations. I don't know whether we would need somebody. Just completed some of that up on the 8th of Bentic, off of Gray Road 3 to a business. And that base work, and I think that's what this is. That's my understanding of the motion was left at. Jeff, you want to make a comment?
It would be my expectation that the base work gets completed internally by staff with some rented equipment.
Joyce.
Thank you. For clarification to the Director of Finance, there's still that 90,000 that was put in a reserve from, so there's still that money that's going to be used for the capital project to rehabilitate or reconstruct. My understanding there would be like about 2 feet of pit run and then topped up with crushed gravel to get a good base, good solid base in that portion of road. Thank you.
Gary?
The budget at the last one was reduced to a total of $130,000. 90,000 was from reserve, 40,000 was from the tax levy. I'm not sure how much base work cost versus asphalt you would need of the 130. Would 90,000 get the base work done, which is from the reserve? Or was a good chunk of, were we needing some of that in the asphalt? That I'm not sure on the estimates there.
It would be my expectation for the 90,000. We could do some substantial base work and get the base prep.
And the 40,000 is probably on the asphalt portion of it, 25. Would hope that the pricing would come in and we would be well under budget there, but 40 was left in, it would certainly cover that 125, I believe. But anyway, that's an assumption. Nobody knows just what the tender we have, whether it's from Walker Aggregates or whoever may bid on that small project. Okay. Bye. Forward.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Okay, so this 40 is from 3 to Carolyn. I got it. I just want to know, and I want it very clear that the money that we do have in reserves that we've discussed here, the 90, that rehabilitation is going to happen on that section from Carolyn down to the last house. The rehabilitate, or that 90 is going to go into it, I think is what we're all, I see a couple heads nodding. So that's the clarity I need, is that I know that that's going to go forward in 2012, in the spring, 2024, whenever you get to it, but it would happen next year's fiscal budget year, I think that's what I need clarity on. Thank you.
Jeff, that's your understanding of the work plan for 2024?
So to summarize, my understanding is for 90,000, we would do base repair from, I'm not sure if you're meaning Gray Road 3 to Caroline and Caroline to the last house, or just Caroline to the last house? Just from Caroline to the last house?
Yeah. I think the 40,000 is for that hard surface.
Between 3 and Caroline.
40,000, yes, is for that hard surface between 3 and Caroline. And the 90,000 is for the from Caroline down to the Blossom, to the last house there. So using names.
Yep.
And I'm not going to say that there doesn't need to be maybe a little bit of base work done from 3 to Caroline. But that 40,000, there should be enough for a little bit extra in that 90,000 to cover off that. I don't think it's a huge amount in there, but it certainly needs resurfacing.
Certainly, once we're on site and we've done the initial repair, if there's any money left over, we're not going to leave a small unacceptable section, especially if it only needs a minor repair to top it up.
Exactly. Okay. Any further comments on this? We've got nobody to remove. Then we'll leave it in. Anyone want to remove the 40,000 for the paving on Victoria Street? Once, twice? Doug? 2.
Now, what we were just discussing, that we were talking about leaving the paving, but get the other section done. No,
Yeah, leaving the paving in,
leaving paving, oh,
and the 90,000 is still in.
okay, but this 40, this is taking it out, right? It's
Exactly.
suggested, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
and I haven't had anybody suggest that or make a motion to take that out.
okay, all right. I thought it sounded like you guys were okay with that, but no, you don't want to leave it in?
Yeah, they're gonna leave it in.
I'll defer to someone else.
So nobody's moving to take it out. Nobody's moving to take it out. Second and third time, nobody's moving to take it out. One further comment, Councillor New.
I don't disagree to take it out as long as I know that the capital portion from Caroline West to where it's currently being maintained is completed. Doing all the asphalt at one time is probably more substantial than doing a little chunk now and then finishing it later, especially if staff or the ones rehabilitating that road at this time or reconstructing that road find that maybe we need to lift that asphalt off from Gray Road 3 to Caroline. I don't know what that kind of cost is, and then bring in a good lift of crushed gravel and let it sit for the year, along with the rest of the road before it's paved in 2025. So if you want a recommendation, I'd say to pull it so that it's all done at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, Jamie? Please.
So through you, Mayor Eccles, what I have then with that is that council defers the remainder of the Victoria Street asphalt project until after the completion of the residential development off of Victoria Street. Is that?
Carrie.
So I'm
Yeah.
splitting, I'm splitting the project into two line items. I have the pavement of 125 meters of asphalt. We did have 130 in the budget in total for the project. So I've got 40,000 for the asphalt, and then I have Victoria Street base work only, no surface treatment, Caroline to the last house of $90,000. That's being funded from our reserve. And it's just then sort of splitting the project into two items. The base of 90, which is in there, doesn't affect your tax levy. The asphalting from Gray Road 3 Westerly, 125 meters, is $40,000, and that's coming from the tax levy. So this is the item that we're deciding is in or out, if that is more clear.
And I'm pretty sure that's what Councillor Noon had moved, if we take the 40 out, under the proviso that paving it from Gray Road 3 all the way down in 2025 may be the best option. Jamie.
Through you, Mayor Eccles, just to clarify with Councillor Noon, just so that I have your motion correct, were you wanting the after the completion of the residential development off of Victoria Street removed from that and just have it be deferred to a future year? I'm not certain what the motion was.
I guess it's that word development again. The current road that's being rehabbed or reconstructed is already an existing road that we're just going to rebuild. There's no development there. The development is farther west, and that's not in the works at this time. So I like that word development stricken from the wording of the resolution.
Yeah, no problem with that. It's your motion. Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Eccles, so to Councillor Noon, then what I have is that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council defers the remainder of the Victoria Street asphalt project to a future year.
Okay. We have a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor, you gonna second that?
I could have the clerk reread that, please. I didn't catch the wording.
Through your Mayor Eccles, that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council defers the remainder of the Victoria Street asphalt project to a future year.
I'll move that. Second it. Tom.
I will second it, get it on the floor, but I
Okay.
still need some clarity because it's just too many moving parts here, but I will second it to get it out for discussion.
Okay. Councillor Townsend, that one.
So if I'm following the bouncing ball here, we're deferring the paving from County Road 3 to Caroline, and that's it. All the rest of the work is going to carry on down below. That's what we want.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe in the motion, maybe it needs to be just defer the paving from County Road 3 to Caroline Street. I don't know. I'm just,
Well, I think that's what it is. In my
That's-
mind, that's exactly
that, in
what
my
it
mind,
is.
that's what it is too,
Yeah.
but our minds here at council and what happens.
No, our minds are all the same.
Well, yeah,
We
we're
work-
one
we
council,
work as
we're
a
one council, but
unified- Yeah.
yeah,
unified-
what happens once it gets to the staff level have been two different
Yeah.
things sometimes. So we want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah.
Because these people were put off last year, so.
You want to reread that motion just once more?
Certainly, through Mayor Eccles, that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council defers the remainder of the Victoria Street asphalt project to a future year.
And that's the asphalting, which is in here, is from Gray Road 3 to Caroline. The 90,000 is still in there for the reconstruction or the base improvements from Caroline to the last house. Yeah. And Carrie's confirmed that that 90,000 is in there. So that's in there, and Jeff's got that on his work plan. Okay? I think the motion covers that. Good. Any other questions or comments on this short little project? Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. I know the motion reads in a future year. I just want to make it known that hopefully after the year, well, not hopefully, but after it's settling for being done in 2024, that the paving is completed in 2025. Thank you.
I think that would be the thought process, certainly, is the way we've done a lot of paving projects here in West Gray, is get the road, get the base, get it settled and whatnot, and go forward. But I like the way that this is, because it leaves it, if there's something that, you know, we put it indefinitely, yeah, you're gonna pave it in 25, and there's a big spring or whatever comes out of there, or, you know, in the side of the hill. I don't know whether there's something, but this leaves it just that a little bit of insurance. The thought is it would be paved in 2025, but we'll see how the reconstruction goes, and that's why I like the idea of it being in a future year. Bring staff forward that, yep, everything's ready to go at the end of 2024, 2025 budget, it's in there. Understand? I'm pretty good with that, Jeff? Yeah.
I think you summarized our standard operating procedure for road construction fairly accurately. Yes.
Ooh, I might get a promotion here. Yeah, no. All right. Okay, we've got that down. No further questions or comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. Can we take just, you know, we've been here for a little over an hour. We'll take just a short little break, 5 minutes, and Gary can add up some numbers and give us kind of an update as where we're at. Okay, we'll come back to order. Thanks, everybody. You found a coffee where you are as well, too, Mr. Forrester? Still on water. It's before noon. Okay. Carrie, do you want to give us just a slight update? Numbers?
So we're now at $1.3 million additional tax levy. $1.378 million, which is 10.5%. 5.5 is operating and 5% is capital. We're currently at 651 additional tax levy dollars on the capital side and 726 on the operating side.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Doug, too.
Can we ask Carrie what 10% would look like on a tax basis, tax rate?
You want to see what it looked like?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Carrie, dollar figure.
What we don't know is the county portion. There won't be, they're not projecting probably the same kind of room. When you get into, they're looking at a significant increase at this point too. They're still early on in their, at least last I'd heard. I don't know where you got down to.
Oh, I know we're not done, but yeah, the reductions, you're exactly right, Carrie. Right at the present moment, the county's budget is 10.4, 10.5, pretty much the same as what this is right here. So that would be significant. County does have budget December, yeah, 5th, 6th, something like that. They have a go at it. There's been some suggestions on reduction from the county as well too, but those haven't been implemented. They were presented a week ago, but nothing was implemented at that point in time at the county budget, so it was left at 10 point, I think it's 10.4, 10.2. Probably looking, I go out onto a limb. Carrie is very strict on her numbers. They're either black or white with a little bit of gray. At a 10.5 on West Gray and a 10.5 on the county. $250, $300 per $200,000 worth of assessment. The average home assessment in West Gray is $300, so you're probably looking at $400 to $500 minimum. Just a thought. Okay, so with that, great news. We have a few more items we have to look at here to go forward with. All right. Shall we continue on? Centennial Hall rental transfer to reserve. $5,000 there. Were we building up anything on the Centennial Hall? Major, anything major? Oh, everybody knows about that one. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you. What's currently in the reserve, Carrie, for that future project?
We have $15,000.
Further, Joyce.
My understanding then from the current Normanby Recreation fundraising money, that was to match, correct? When the project was going to move forward?
I'm not aware of that, but that could be a option that the fundraising group brings forward. They had been maxing out before COVID. All of their money would have gone towards playground equipment. So I'm not sure that that is still something that's in their purview.
Councillor Thompson, Doug, one.
Thank you. A lot of the next 2 or 3, 4 deferrals here all stem around the Trails and Recreation Master Plan. What's that master plan do for us? Is it just another plan, another report to, sit on somebody's computer or whatever? I don't think any of us really need a master plan to tell us that a hall that was built in 1967 needs its kitchen updated. I don't think we need an engineer to tell us that. And those sorts of things. And also, I don't see it in here, but there was one in the previous budget day we were talking about. There was a budget reserve for the arena hall update in Normanby, but nobody seems to really know what that arena hall update is. So could we move that reserve amount over to the Centennial Hall and get a price and get the kitchen done? Just some thoughts. And again, the recreational trail master plan, I really don't understand what it's going to do for us. So if staff can enlighten me on what having another master plan is going to do for us.
Anybody got that one? Cody or Laura, please.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor. I'll start. A Trails and Recreation Master Plan typically would predict future uses of our facilities, anticipating community growth, that sort of thing. So it's not necessarily, a component of it would be an assessment of our current state, but it also includes projections. We've never done a Recreation and Trails Master Plan, and the community is changing. The cost estimated for this plan is $25,000. And I believe, as according to the budget request form, it is included in the draft budget already. So that's an option for council if they'd like to defer that work. It just means that we would be continuing to do recreation and trails without a master plan, lowercase m. So, yeah.
Just so further to that, again, and understanding it, probably other municipalities have done that, but do we not rely on our staff to have some vision and some leadership and put these things forward? And that would save us spending $25,000 on a master plan. Or should we just get master plans and then hire contractors to implement things and eliminate the staff portion of it? I don't know. There's got to be some money saving there somewhere. But to me, it just seems like yet another report that the taxpayers are paying for, and to either collect dust on somebody's hard drive or a shelf or whatever. So I would sooner see us putting the money towards actually physically doing the work, upgrading the kitchen at the hall, doing something on the trails, as opposed to yet another report. That's all.
Anybody want to defend that one, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, if we had the master plan, we would be following the plan just as we do with our asset management plan. The asset management plan does do some projections on all of our assets. So buildings would be included in that, but not to the degree of usage and future needs. It's talking about what to expect in the way of maintenance. The Recreation Trails Master Plan would give us opportunities to know the demographics of the community, what things we should be planning for. Certainly, we can function without a master plan at this point. I am a little concerned about the trails component because I don't know what it means to get into the trail business, which we are going to be doing, and how do we plan for that? So that we would have to address that. If it's not going to be this year, you'll see this back again next year, and that's council's prerogative. So it's included, but it can be removed if that is where we are at this stage.
Doug, too.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I think we're going to discuss this further down when it comes to the Trails Master Plan, but I'll just throw this in now and we'll come back to it. But when I first suggested that we branch out from trails to Recreation Master Plan, I was really thinking of terms of what other forms of recreation do we have in West Gray? For example, cycling, tubing, snowmobiling, ATV. And so I hope that the Recreation Master Plan will take this into consideration. I know in the report it talks about programming. I really hope we don't get bogged down on programming for recreation. I mean, that's part of it, but that wasn't my focus. And then again, with the facilities, the use of facilities, that's fine. But when we start talking like what we need to do in terms of renovation or what we need to add there, I hope that really wouldn't be a major focus of our recreation master plan, that, how we use our facilities and whether arenas are being used and whether we need one arena or 3 arenas or whatever, that hopefully that may come out there. But then that again, that sort of progresses into our asset management plan in terms of our facilities and that. So I think there's merit to it. I think it's valuable. But again, I think we have to make sure that we get out of it what we want out of it in terms of information and without getting bogged down in sort of the wrong direction. But anyways, I'll leave it there for now. We'll probably talk.
Well, I'm going to make the interpretation that with the implications that is here, why don't we talk about it right now? Trails Recreation Master Plan. As Councillor Townsend has just said, it has effects on a number of other aspects of funding here. So I'm going to suggest we maybe move that Trails Master Plan, Recreation Master Plan discussion here right now. Deputy Mayor, do you want to speak? Get your hand up.
I have no words.
Oh, okay. Do we feel, anybody's got comment on that? Leaving the master plan in or taking it out? Deputy Mayor.
I will support having that conversation right now, Mayor Eccles, thank you. And just, if the master plan, we didn't, like all that didn't come together, I guess my question is, how hard is it to monitor next year? Somebody making a request to rent the facility, but it's not exactly, that should be a pretty easy flow to see how many opportunities are we missing because the kitchen may not be 100%. Like that, to me, that's not difficult. I don't know how much the Centennial Hall gets rented outside of just a few locals, but I think the master plan, like Mayor Eccles has said, this might be recreation master plan, might be a good time to discuss it, and then we probably put it all together. So I would support that.
Okay. I think the discussion is around, but go ahead, Councillor Shea.
So we are having the discussion?
We're having a discussion on, do we keep the master plan in? Is it warranted? Do
Well,
we need it? Or let's move on and use that.
I feel like Councillor Hutchinson has been advocating for an enhanced trail system within West Gray for years. And there's definitely a need and a use of significant use of our ad hoc trail system. And we've heard from staff numerous times that we don't have a trail system because we haven't gone through the necessary steps to make it official. That might include contracts with landowners or signage or having internal West Gray policies around trail usage. So all of those things, we've asked staff, we've had the discussion from council to staff about wanting to have a bona fide trail system. And staff has told us that the way to do that is through a master plan. So I support having a master plan if that's what it's going to take to have our trail system enhanced and made official. I think saying let's not have a master plan for the trail system is effectively saying let's not have a trail system, or let's just keep the ad hoc informal trail system that we have now, which I think is not really sufficient. We're putting gates on a trail that we don't actually have. So we're putting the cart before the horse. I think the master plan is the horse or the cart. So I think we should continue with the master plan. This budget in front of us is saying we could defer $20,000, $30,000 until after the master plan is completed. So I'd be happy with that. If we want to keep the master plan in there and defer these $30,000 at this moment, maybe that's a good compromise.
Okay, further, Councillor Hutch.
Yeah, well, I think there's two different things here. I think if we need to fix the kitchen and if we need to put money into reserve for the Zamboni, then we do that. I don't see that as being all that important when it comes to the recreation master plan. The recreation master plan, as I said, I hope that zeroes in on some other things, but I think if our facilities need something, then we either put it in or we defer it or whatever. So I think we're getting confused with two things here. The recreation master plan, I agree with Councillor Shea, is that I've been advocating for this for years. We really only have two trails officially in West Grey. We have Newstead's trail, which has been there for years, and then the gentleman's done a lot of work on that trail, but we don't officially look after it, even though we put a bridge across the river and so on. And then we have the one in Durham, which is there and gets used, but officially it's not looked after and so on. So from the recreation master plan, hopefully they may say, well, maybe we should have a trail in Newstead or in Ayton. Maybe there's a need for one there, and this was where it could be. It'll look at all the other uses, like the snowmobile group who's come to us now and asked us to use the trail. Is that something we should continue on with? And if we have all kinds of snowmobile trails and ATV trails out there, let's just formalize that a little bit. They do their thing, but does West Grey really know what's going on out there on our property? Right? There's a lot of unopened road lounges being used by ATVers and snowmobilers. Do we know where they're going and what they're doing? They have maps, and we get somewhat copies of those, and they bring us up to date every once in a while. But I think it's really important to get that. And like I said, recreation is not just those three things. It's also many other things like cycling, like tubing, and so on. So I think there's merit to have it, and so that we can promote then what's going on in West Grey, and we can advertise, and it becomes an economic development driver. So I think that's important. But again, I think as far as these reserves for these things, do we need them? Do we have money in reserve? If we don't, we need to put some in, so on. But let's not get sidetracked with the recreation master plan sort of thing. Have that discussion, fine, but to me, it's two different things.
Okay, anything further? See you, madam. Laura?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's important to note that a master plan typically goes either a 10 or 20-year horizon. So while our current bookings will tell us what we're using today, it's not telling us about the potential use of the facility beyond our borders and what the community growth might bring. So, in that regard, I think the master plan this is probably the best time to do it while we're still experiencing the rebirth of recreation, because COVID shut everything down. So what are the opportunities? And, in conjunction with our strategic plan, which council will see soon, this is a piece of what we can invest in West Grey, and knowing what that 10-year window looks like would be very helpful.
Okay. Just a question, our director of recreation, how many other jobs, what's in that job? Cody, that you're kind of the staff specialist. My question to you, what do you see coming out of a recreational trails master plan?
Quite honestly, coming out of a recreational and trails master plan is I see targeted direction for the Community Services and Recreation Department. Currently, within how we're operating, we take a very reactive stance, I'll say, to recreation, dealing with things as they come up, as inquiries come in, and we haven't had the opportunity to focus on the high level planning for the department, which has not allowed for strategic direction. So the hopes of this master plan would give us the best direction, and it would set the targets for the community, because we know we're growing, but we don't know exactly how. And what will the demographic look like, as Madam CAO said, in 5, 10, 15, 20 years? So how do we plan for that? So it'll give us a strategic plan moving forward in terms of programming, trails, facility usage, asset management, all of that.
So we have an asset management plan.
Yes.
We have a transportation infrastructure and a master plan. So what I heard from you there was that recreation, though, doesn't really have a strategic plan. What would it cost for us to sit down? You haven't had time to plan that as an expert staff. What would it cost us for our own expert staff? I'm not being facetious about that. I'm truly that we've got some good experts right on staff. What would it cost us for a day to sit down and do a strategic recreational trails strategic plan? What's the cost for a day of strategic planning? Madam CEO?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, staff would be heavily involved in whatever route we take for future planning. I'm not quite sure that we have the expertise to do projections 10 and 20 years out. The biggest part of the recreation master plan as well is getting community input, because we know the community is changing. So there's parts of the plan, of a plan, that we could certainly lead in-house. That would give us a good snapshot of where we are today and what the current requests look like. Probably isn't going to tell us what we need to plan for 10 or 15 years out. And if that's not an issue right now, then we'll carry on and do our own consultations.
Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you. Maybe a recommendation I would like to see is deferring this plan for 1 year, but going back to the public. And I know surveys are difficult, but somebody's using the Centennial Hall, and some of them are repeat users. Find out from them exactly what would enhance that facility to continue with the rentals, whether, and I know I've always had this vision that, and it's not just Normandy's or Ayton's halls, but all the halls, to make it more homey, cozy, kind of, with more, not just table and chairs, but furnishings that accommodate like what you would use in home. But these sorts of things that maybe the public could give back. Currently, I know the Ayton Centennial Hall doesn't have a dishwasher in place. I mean, so we're not meeting actual safety standards for that. But again, the Ayton Hall's not the only hall. There's other halls in West Grey that are under that same threshold. So maybe putting it off for 1 year with the with this plan, and just finding more out from the public. If we could reach out that way, I'm sure staff would have that time. I would anticipate they would, and based on the rentals by the users. Thank you.
Anyone else? Doug?
Well, I think it's important to have sometimes a third party to come in and look at things and from a different perspective. I also think that getting information from public, like right now we have a survey out there about the use of the trail for to come back for our next council meeting. For staff to bring that data together and to analyze it and to put it together, I think that takes a bit of expertise to be able to analyze the public input. And then again, it's time, and then do you really get it? So I think bringing people in that have done this before, they know what they're doing, they know how to get the information, and they know what to look at. I think it's important to have sometimes that third party outside opinion on what we're doing and how we could do it better. So I do think it's valuable. I hope that we won't defer it for another year. I mean, my time's running out, so I'd like to see this done before the end of the next term. So we got 2026, so let's get it going.
Deja vu all over again. Jamie, you want to make a comment?
Three miracles, thank you. And just for clarification, Councillor Noon, were you proposing a motion to that effect? If so, I do have something crafted based on what you had said. I just wanted to be certain whether or not you were intending to move a motion. So I have that in consideration of budget request form R-02-24 Recreation and Trails Master Plan. Council directs staff to defer the $25,000 allocation in the 2024 draft budget for the Recreation Trails Master Plan pending further public consultation.
Yes. Do we have a seconder for that? Do I see a seconder for that? One more time? Anybody? Okay. Well, seeing as I don't have a seconder for that, that's off the table. Just saying that I will say from the chair, I think some people know how I feel about consultants and master plans and whatnot. So yeah, if you've got that thought, you're good. Because the best example I've seen of it is 1992. Grey County did a landfill waste management master plan for Grey County. It was in a 6 figures to do it. There's never anything exercised out of that. It sits, and I can find 3 offices where that plan sits and has sat since 1993. And anything that's in there is already known. So one of the best expressions of a consultant and master plans are time management plan. They'll spend 2 months, ask you for your watch. 2 months later, they'll hand your watch back and tell you what time it is. That's my thoughts of consulting. I still say that internally, it's taking all the information that we have and know when it comes to roads. Jeff and his department, yep, we've got this subdivision, we've got that, movement, traffic is going there. We do the internal studies and we make projections over a 10-year period of time on our assets. We've done that for years. Trails master plan is gonna, you've got a trail there, put more signs on it. I don't see the huge return on investment of $25,000 of what we will get out of the recreational master plan. Cody's doing a lot of stuff right now, diversion of different recreational stuff. So anyways, that's my thoughts. Doug, you had one.
Well, I agree. If we could move forward without it, that would be great. But for some reason, we always come back to liability and insurance, which plays a big factor in whatever we do around here. So I think that's part of it. Remind people that the 25,000 is already in the budget. So, I mean, it's not in front of us in terms of here, and if further down, it does mention it, but it's also in the budget. But I think too, to go back to the mayor's comments about master plans and that type of thing, they're only as good as if you use them. There's one thing to get them done, but then you have to use them, right? So I would hope that the data that they give you that we would use, and that it would be usable data that we can move forward on. So I think that's one. We have an asset we've had an asset management plan. We're working on a new one, I think, at least it's coming forward. I hope that that plan that we're spending money on an asset management plan that we're going to use that going forward. Just like our official plan, all the other plans we have, if we don't use them, they're no good. And we wasted our money. So I do hope that we use them. And I do think in this case that there's merit to it so that we can focus on going forward in terms of recreation. Like it's a growing, and it is a big economic driver when you talk about it. So hopefully it'll help us with that part also. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Joyce?
I know it's still tabled, but an economic development staff person, would they not be able to give some better input to help with these sorts of plans and master plans if it's going to be brought into the equation? But I mean, that's something we can look at later if we do come back to that, if we do find any money, which is very difficult at this point. But that's a very important role that needs to be looked at, and maybe that person could help with all these rather than getting consultants in. But anyways, thank you.
Okay. All right, so there's no appetite. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Tom.
Thank you. And just listening to Councillor Noon in the discussion here, would an EDAC committee to be reactivated not be able to take some of this on as well? Because some of the knowledge that we brought forward out of the old EDAC in the last term, certainly we did, well, we helped with the CIP, but there was an awful lot of information we brought forward and we were well connected in the community. So is that something we look at and not necessarily, maybe a full-time employee, but a committee of, and again, our peers in the community and some of the council members. So that's how I would see maybe some value there. Thank you.
It wouldn't be a governance committee, it'd be a working committee is what you're asking. Okay. So that's a little bit different from what that's an addition down here later on. Okay. So with nobody wanting to remove or no appetite to remove the trails recreational master plan, it's still in there. So that brings us down to the request is to defer the $5,000 for the Trails Recreation Master Plan to be completed. So if we're going to do that master plan, put the money towards it, staff is recommending that Centennial Hall transfer be removed, the Durham Arena ice resurfacer be removed, the Lions Park playground transfer be removed, and the Normanby Arena Hall rental transfer to be removed. Those 4 items, which Councillor Shea had said adds up to $30,000. How do we want to handle those 4 items? Yeah.
Since they're not actually to complete projects, they're just to transfer to reserves for future someday execution, I would move that we accept the recommendation to remove those 4 from this year's budget.
Okay, I have a second for that. Councillor Hutchison. Any comments or questions or on the motion? I've heard the comment here a little while ago, if I could, from the chair. We've had a number of discussions, or council over the years has had a number of discussions about doing things, but we've never had the money or never had the staff resources or never had something. We kept putting anything off. by removing any of this, we won't have the resources. Once we get that plan out, we don't have the resources to do it. So I don't know why we're doing the plan if we're not putting any money towards what we think we already know is going to come out of the plan. But you have the motion there. That's my comments on it. You have the motion there, Jamie? You want to read it back to us before we vote on it?
Through miracles, I have that in consideration, the 2024 draft budget, council directs staff to remove the $5,000 allocation to the Norman B. Centennial Hall kitchen renovation project from the 2024 draft budget. Remove the $10,000 allocation to the Durham Ice Resurfacer Reserve from the 2024 draft budget. Remove the $5,000 allocation to the Newstead Lions Playground Equipment Reserve from the 2024 draft budget, and remove the remaining $10,000 allocation to the Norman B. Arena Hall Renovation Reserve from the 2024 draft budget.
Any further comments on the motion? Councillor Noon, Joyce?
If I can direct this to staff, or I guess the Director of Finance, who recommends these reserve to transfer? Is it staff management that looks after that? Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
These all came from the facility managers.
So again, this is something that we're relying on staff to bring forward, and now we're taking that away from them. So but we're, like it's been said before, we're going to have a consultant come in and make these recommendations, where we're relying on their staff right now to do it. So we're not really being justice to our staff making these recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments? Jeffrey, Councillor Shea.
I've been swayed by the mayor's and Councillor Noon's comments, so I'll probably be voting against my own motion.
And that's fair. Okay. Doug?
I wasn't clear on the motion, the way it was read. The first part, it said it's about transfer to kitchen project, but it says here normally Centennial Hall Reserve. Can we clarify that motion, how it was worded?
Three miracles, that is for the kitchen project.
Okay, on our sheet says to reserve, transfer to reserve. So it's kitchen project.
But just for clarification, I don't think that have we allocated that kitchen project would be going ahead in the 2024 budget? No, it's just to the reserve, understanding that Centennial Hall, if there was to be work done, number one would be on the kitchen. Yeah, so we're building something up to go towards that. All right. And the same with the ice resurfacer in Durham, and the same with the playground equipment at Newstead. And I think Councillor Townsend had a question on the Norman B. Arena Hall rentals. Did we ever come up with, because that was a question that came up at the last budget, and Carrie is shaking her.
Yeah, council has never provided firm direction on what type of renovation. What is it? Knocking windows out? Is it doing the coffered ceilings? No one has a plan for it. It's just putting money away for a reno. But we've done the washrooms over. They did the flooring. You know, they've done pieces over the years, but there's been no sort of council endorsement or direction on what this actual renovation would entail.
Council and or staff haven't given us it's putting the reserve for future thoughts. Okay. Doug.
I guess I'm still on here. Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, like I said before, I have no problem. This is common recommendations from our staff. This is what they feel we need in reserve. Fine. I don't think it's dependent on our recreation master plan. I've said that from the start. I don't think we need to wait for that to tell us if the staff is recommending this. So my only concern is that if we leave it in there, that's $30,000 that we're going the wrong way in terms of our budget. So somewhere we have to make a cut somewhere along the line. So that's fine. I don't have any problem with leaving it in there.
And I will say that in the past, and looking at the fire chief, a number of years ago, we put a few things in there that we know with these facilities, you know, the ice resurfacer, but sometime it's going to be gone. So you build up a little bit, you take a little bit this year, a little bit, you know, once it's in there, it's that little bit. And instead of it being $75,000 plunk one year, we've already got 65,000 in, and you put another 10,000, it's there. That's why I'm always in favor of putting a little bit away in reserve, because when you've got buildings or whatnot, you are going, at some point in time, there's going to be new windows, as the director of finance said, or new flooring project, and budgeting for it on a basis of right today, yeah, I got to come up with 50,000 instead of 10,000, and it's in there. There it is. It can be drawn down when the project is needed to be done. Deputy Mayor.
Or if we could call the vote on this one, please.
Thank you. Kick the soapbox right out from underneath me. Time to move on. Call for the vote. All those in favor of removal, just to be clear, it's removal of these items from budget, correct? That's the way it is. Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed to the motion? That is defeated. Those items transferred to reserve will stay in the budget. Okay. Reduce library accessibility by 2,500. Oh, sorry, missed a sign. My apologies. And so the library sign by 5,000. Joyce.
I'm not ready to move on to that one. I'm going back and making another recommendation that I don't know, in talking with, or requesting the director of finance, what if we reduce the Durham ice resurfacer and the Normandy Hall rental to $5,000? Does that make much of an impact? If not, we'll leave it in. But if it makes a little bit of tweaking, I make that recommendation.
May I suggest that that would be one you keep in your hip pocket until, yeah, just for budgeted purposes. We'll see, because we just passed a motion to leave it all in. I'm sure procedurally that would go by accepting it at this point in time. Amy.
Through your article, so procedurally, what was just voted on was the motion was to remove those items, full stop. That motion failed. What Councillor Noon is proposing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is just a reduction. So not a complete removal of those particular items, just reducing them slightly. So that is fundamentally a new motion, and it would be permissible.
Okay. Still want to put that forward at this time?
No, I'll hold off till further on in the budget deliberations. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. All right. Library sign. Who wants to speak on this one? Keep it in, leave it out. Move it on. There are a couple of things in here on the library. There's the one on the accessible doors. If we would work on those two together. My the 2,500 on the doors, is that just a reduction because it was 15,000 that was in there? So it's with doing a little more investigation on the project, it might come in at 12.5. Is that what the thoughts are, Carrie? Or
That would be the hope, yeah. We don't have an cost estimate at this point.
from a staffing perspective, if I could just ask, and I'll get to you a second, Joyce, how many doors have we put in different facilities, and what were the costs on those? They're a couple of years old, but
Yeah, this one also does need a bit of work done, I think, or what they're anticipating to bring the lip of the outside even with the sidewalk.
yes, there's about a 2-inch, if anybody's taken a look at it, there's a 2-inch on the sidewalk there, whether it's leveled out or carved off by anybody that cuts cement. It's been done on numerous occasions. Anyways, Joyce.
Thank you. I was just wondering what that sign entail, like, is it an information sign that's just like at ground level, or is it the actual sign right on the, I'm not sure if it's still Shores Normanby on that building, or I'm not sure. What are they wanting to change with the signage?
I think it is the sign that says library. Like there's a separate sign, it's not on the building, and it just says library, as opposed to the West Gray Library logo sign. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be lighted or if it's just wood. I don't have all the details, but I think it's that currently it's just a sign on 2 posts and it says library, I believe.
Any other members of the library board have thoughts on that? Jeff?
I did talk to Kim after our last meeting, and she basically confirmed what you've just said, is that it was to have the logo, the new logo be on the sign, and that the door had that little lip that was required. There are 3 items on here relating to library. The third one is just a general reduction to the library board budget, which I wouldn't be in favor of, but in the spirit of compromise and group work, I would support deferring the library sign and the reduction of the accessible door budget. So so that I might be able to garner some support for leaving out the request of a general reduction of the library budget. So if that could be turned into a motion, I would be willing to make that.
Leverage there.
Yes, the municipal act is very clear without note or comments. So through you, Mayor Eccles, I think what I have gathered from Councillor Shea is your intent was to group the accessible door and the sign into one motion. Is that my understanding? Okay, so I have that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget. Council directs staff to remove the $5,000 allocation to the Ayton Library sign project from the 2024 draft budget, and direct staff to reduce the allocation to the Ayton Library accessible door project by $2,500 in the 2024 draft budget.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Noon? Joyce? Any further discussion on that removal of those 2 items? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Oh, well, yeah, time shift, but it's okay. It's carried. The next one first that staff have is the installation of the next section of netting at the Bendick landfill. You want to go to the library item first? Okay. All right, we're on library. Let's, skip past that one and go to there's a suggestion on asking the library for a $12,500 reduction in their overall budget. How do you want to handle that one? Comments? Doug?
Can we defer that? I see the library board's coming to us on December 12th. Can we defer that decision, or we'll be done by the 12th? So I think until we hear from the library board.
Jamie?
Three Miracles, yes, council doesn't have to make a decision on that today and could provide direction at the next meeting once the full library board budget is before you.
Well, it was on. Who shut me off? I thought I had the button. I got the mouse. Yeah. That can go back. It was one of the thoughts in our budget process that this would be a recommendation back to the library board, that our members that are on the library board can maybe have that at their next meeting or discuss it with the CEO of the library. If my memory serves me right, we really don't have, we can kind of make a suggestion, but we can't do much as far as changing the library budget. Jamie.
Three Miracles. So the way that the act is written, it allows council to set the library's board budget, but council doesn't have the authority to direct the library on how they spend it. So you provide the budget to the library at your discretion, and they decide how it's spent.
So we could just take $12,500 and say, from what is proposed, it's $12,500 less. Or we could collaboratively work with them and see if they can agree with us on that. How do you want to leave it? Jeff?
I think we should just skip it and ignore this item. We haven't asked any other of the entities within West Gray for a similar sort of reduction. We haven't said to police or fire or public works or recreation. We'd like to see you just do a blanket reduction. The library, because they're arm's length, it makes it a little bit easier because we do get to just set that figure without taking any responsibility for how it's going to get implemented. But we've already reduced their request. And I do think their request is before, or you've got the budget request, yeah. So we have approved a budget at the library board already. And we have reduced the library's request by $7,000. How much? $7,500 already. So that's why I think we should just ignore this recommendation.
Okay. I'm not sure I like the idea of ignore, but leave it in there to see whether the library can come back. Okay. Unless somebody wants to move it. We'll move on then to one of the netting at the Bendick landfill. Joyce, comments?
Oh, thank you. And this is directed to Mr. Aiken. With deferring that with Mother Nature and the elements, are they sustaining any difficulty with the blowing trash or anything that is something we should put off, or is it a need to get it the next phase of the netting put up?
Through you, your worship, in 2023, we did do a section of netting because there is a problem with litter and when leaving the site, specifically to one of the neighbors. There has been an improvement in that, but there's still a fair bit of work to be done there. It's not realistic to do it all in 1 year. It is hoped though that this will keep coming back until we complete the project. So if we have to skip it for 1 year, it's not the end of the world, but council should expect to see it keep coming back until the project is complete, which will take several years.
Further, Joyce?
At this time, then I would just, again, wait till we may have to make cuts later on in the budget. Because, you know, if they're at it already, like it'd be nice to get it finished. So I'm just recommending right now, maybe we look at it later if we have to make further cuts. Thank you.
Okay. Two.
I'm just curious, it refers to the waste master plan. Where are we with that? Is it going to be completed next year? Is it in our budget? Can you explain that?
Through your worship, once the 2024 budget is approved, we can start the master plan.
And how long do we project it'll take to create a master plan?
Approximately 6 months.
In the other departmental reductions that before your discussion on which capital items were going in or out, that was one of the items that we showed funding. The previous council had allocated municipal modernization towards it. So this, we increased the amount based on what we had left, so that project is funded from the municipal modernization balance of that reserve.
Just to be clear, for the master plan? Yes, not for the netting itself. Since the Durham landfill is used as a transfer, is there any of that netting at the Durham landfill that's still in place?
There is no proposed improvements or deletions to what's currently at the Durham landfill.
So the Durham landfill never had any netting?
It is a fence. I'm not aware of the netting, but there is a fence.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this one? Joyce and Nate will leave this one in and put a little flag beside it, maybe, but see where we're at. Okay. All right. Carrie, if you want to give us some great news, we're at 2.5%.
I was going to say, the time has come of where you're at. So you're still at 1.37 million or 10.5%. 4.9% is capital, 643,574. 5.5 is operating, 726,980. That's where you're at.
Doug?
So are we leaving the netting in the budget then? Is that what sort of what
Didn't have anybody that wanted to take it out, so. Okay. All right. As of yet.
Well, I'd be willing to do that. Because I missed that somehow along the line.
You caught on.
Given
Slowly,
that
he's
we
catching
have
on.
a master plan coming forward next year, maybe you'll suggest we close Bentic landfill, but I don't know why. So I would suggest we take it out and management for now until we have further information and see where we're going.
Okay, Jamie.
Thank you, Miracle. So with that, I have that in consideration in the 2024 draft budget. Council defers the installation of the next section of netting at the Bentic landfill to a future year.
Thank you. Anyone want to second that motion? Scott? And do you have a comment, Scott? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty, no comment. All right, mover. And Mr. Forrester seconded that. Okay. Any other comments on the motion? Sorry, Deputy Mayor Tom.
Mayor Eccles, and through you to Director of Finance, how much would that really move us though? Percentage? Thank you.
0.1.
That would get you down to 10.3.
2.2. 100% more than what I said. 0.2. Okay. Any further questions or comments on this? Call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed?
Yeah.
No, I think he was opposed. Motion fails. The 15,000 stays in. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's not final. Reconsider on that one. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Anything else on capital? After going through the budget, any council members have anything that staff hasn't put forward? Any recommendations? Carrie had brought something up about category 2, category 1 and capital from the Saugeen Conservation Authority. There is in the category 2s, I don't know whether it's capital or, but it's the conservation. I'd like to go there on that. And the question to staff, do we own the dams that the Conservation Authority has proposed to do an engineering study on an annual basis? There's 4 dams in there, I believe. Am I correct on that?
Are these the Newstead dams or Newstead and
There's the
Durham?
Newstead Dam. There's 4 dams, isn't there? There's Newstead Dam, the upper and the lower dam. I don't know whether they do the middle dam, whether they charge us or charge the province, because I know that one's the province. Oh, they charge us.
We are
don't
the
even own it.
benefiting municipality.
So here's the question. What legislative authority gives them the authority to inspect the dams as a benefit? Like, they're billeting us under, do they even need to be inspected by an engineer? Is there any legislative requirement that those dams need to be inspected by an engineer? Do we,
I believe category 2 structures, I don't know if it needs to be an engineer, but category 2 structures need to be that work needs to be done, but it doesn't have to be done by the Conservation Authority. Category 1 has to be done by Conservation Authority. Category 2 can be done, has to be done, but doesn't have to be Conservation Authority. Category 3 doesn't have to be done at all.
correct.
I believe is, but I'm not sure if it's an engineer that has to inspect the dams. I'm not sure how the wording of the act is. Qualified person probably, but
Maybe more of a question for the Conservation Authority. If they do indeed own the dams, which they certainly don't own that middle one, but for somehow we're supposed to pay, but have no say on pay for something that we don't own. We don't own the upper and the lower dam. Does the municipality own the Newstead Dam? Morning, Carl. No?
Morning.
Mr. Shipwreck?
Yes, yes, the Newstead, we own the Newstead Dam. The middle dam in Durham is owned by the MNR. We are not charged for the engineering for that dam. It's done by the MNR. It's not done through Conservation Authority. It's a separate, and we don't, as far as I'm aware, we're not being charged for that.
So we're charged for 3, am I mistaken, then just 3 dams?
Well,
we're charged for?
there's 3 dams, but there are other structures we are also charged for. For flood, there's, I believe, 9 total. I believe was the number we were from the previous meeting.
Where's the other structures, or what structures? Just baffled because there's always-
Flood, they're all considered flood control of some kind. There's
Varney Pond, it hasn't had any water in it this year.
no. Do you have a list? We can provide a list. I don't have a list in front of me, but we could get you a list here in the next few minutes if you want a full list. We have all the engineered reports, so we can provide a list of all the items.
Yeah. Where I'm going with this, how many dams, what dams need to be inspected, engineered on an annual basis? I guess that's where I'm going with this, because I know a number of private dams on the Rocky. There's another one in Newstead that we own, or sorry, in Ayton, that we've been given understanding that we own, but somehow that one gets missed. How is it that the Conservation Authority has made this opinion over these years? It's probably something that should have been challenged a long time ago. Private dams, there's no need for inspection. There's no legislative requirement for those dams to be inspected. They're monitored by the owners. So my thoughts are, if we own the dam, why can't we monitor it? Why is it, you know, we own the roads, Jeff does that. We own arenas, we kind of look at them. Yeah, it's mandated that every other year or every 5 years, we have an engineer come in and do it. But the rest of the time, but on an annual basis, the Conservation Authority charges us on category 2 of inspecting our flood control. We 75,000? How much is in that?
It's not. We only have a price on one. They've only provided us costing for one of the structures, and that was the Newstead Dam. And it was, I believe, $3,000 per year for the one structure.
But we pay them how much? We don't get a bill for it, we just pay them? They just tell us, is that correct, Carrie?
We get a special levy, which in their budget is 77,000 for 2024. So last year, they had budgeted 62,000 for special levy, and that's on the 4 structures plus flood control maintenance items.
No, that's maintenance. That's not. The inspections are separate from that.
We do a little bit more onto that, as it's been something that's been going on for years, and I haven't been able to. We're paying for somebody to look after. We're paying conservation to inspect some of their infrastructure under some guise that we're the benefiting of it. The flood of 97 would say we weren't much of a benefit from them operating. But slightly digress. So I'm showing some of my colors here. How do we get at that? How much is the Saugeen Conservation budget increasing West Gray this year, Carrie? 150,000?
Operating only?
No, just the overall increase that we're paying conservation this year.
Because our overall budget is probably going down because we had a fairly large capital project last year. So if you'd have to take that capital project out.
Was it completed?
Yes.
We did fund that partly through other resources than taxes. We had 40,000 in from the tax levy towards that project. The rest was other source funded. So we've got, if estimated with the capital projects, without the capital projects, they're looking at maybe estimating 388 because we don't have the other inspection budget reports from them yet. We only have the one for Newstead. So if they're all the same, we probably need another $87,000 in our Soggy Valley budget before that would include 25,000 for capital.
Very significant amount. And we put in what, $12,500 to inspect the water that come over the dam?
The category 3, yeah.
Category 3s, yeah. It was kind of for our own municipal water systems. No, they don't test that water at all. Oh, strange. That's how they proposed it, but anyways, I digress again. Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Have we received a budget from the Conservation Authority? I've never seen one yet.
Carrie?
Oh, sorry.
We had got it after we had prepared this circulation. So it will be on your December 12th with some of the other joint budgets, but we also don't have the complete category 2. We only have one structure of the many structures. The general levy and the special levy, and category 3 has, and one of the structures under category 2 has been provided.
Further, Doug?
So can we leave this discussion until we have the budget in front of us so we can at least see some numbers, and then hopefully maybe what is the expectation that we would have those other numbers before the 12th for the inspections if we ask? We'd like to see the whole budget, not just part of it. To give our members, take that back to your meeting.
Yep. We will try to do that, but budgeting yeah, we're up $87,000. Gary's estimation right now. Closing in on 2/3, 3/4% for us. It might even be up to 1% because she hasn't got all the numbers even yet. I'm not sure that that's acceptable, certainly not in my mind. And it's for things that I still haven't understood where the benefit is to the municipality. I will try and figure that one out as a member of the Conservation Authority's board. Get some more direction and see if that can be a place. Tom?
Mayor Echols, I think once the SBCA gets in front of us, though, we're gonna be able to put this together pretty easy. We got the Cat 1, Cat 2, and Cat 3. So that's gonna be our chance to say, when under 1, we have to do it. The other 2 are optional. I think 3 is they're gonna exit altogether anyways within 5 years. Those are going, and we're gonna have to we're gonna have to do it as a municipality, because any structures that they get out of, they're still gonna be, we still have to inspect to some degree. So whether we can, move things ahead a little quicker, that's what we're gonna have to discuss, but let's get it in front of us. And I believe the budget will come as 1, 2, and 3, and we'll be able to figure out what's achievable now. And then we can get to some of the numbers the mayor's asking about. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Just to be clear, so CAT 3, we've already agreed to. We've already signed the agreement. On category 3. 12.5, 15,000. We're
yeah.
not sure what the number is yet.
If I read their budget package correctly, 12,038 was $12,038 is the 2024 category 3, which is optional, but we've chosen to continue. No one has to do that work if we decide not to do that. But category 2, someone has to continue. Category 3, no one has to continue, but we've chosen to continue.
And that's my point on the category 2s. That's what we're getting from the conservation, that somebody has to do this. But if I go to any private dam, and to the fact that the Ayton Dam has been there a lot longer than any of us have been here, that one's not inspected. Conservation stays far clear away from that one. So if they don't have to inspect that one, and we look after it ourselves, how is it that the other ones are inspected and we're billed for it? That's where I'm at a loss, and yes, there'll be a question to ask at the Conservation Board next board meeting. Tom?
So may I ask, now you brought that forward, is the Ayton Dam inspected?
Does the lead hands drive over that and take a look at it every day? Yeah, no, it's a good point. Fair.
They didn't provide us a report for that dam, so we'd have to ask them why or who is responsible for doing that inspection.
I know the SBCA has nothing to do with that one, and I think what I'm trying to do is enhance what the mayor is saying is they don't do it, we don't do it. What makes that so much different than the rest? They think that's, where's the liability? If we're not inspecting it, then why do we do the rest? It's just where you're going. So,
Yeah.
That should be inspected as far as I'm concerned to some degree. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that. I do agree with what you're saying.
There is also at the 8 and 1 a private operator, I believe, a private individual operates, controls the level of the water. We don't, so I don't know what their status is on inspections.
I don't think we want to go much further on that of who has the authority and where the written authority is on that one. That would be a matter that we'd probably have to go into closed session, and we're not going to go there today. Okay, because I know the fire chief wants to get on it. All right, where do we want to go from here? It's just about lunchtime. Quite frankly, I could use a break. Lunch is here. All right, we've had a very good morning. We're down to 10.5. Gary, let's break for lunch, because that clock is 5 minutes, so it is a lot closer to 12 than it looks. So we're very close to 12 o'clock. We'll break for lunch and we'll be back. What time? Quarter to 1, 1 o'clock? Doug?
I'm curious, are we under any time restraints in terms of this budget meeting?
No.
We don't have to make the 4 or 5 hour thing.
Jamie?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, because this is a special meeting, the curfew does not apply to this meeting, so we're good to continue on until council wishes to stop.
Let's take a break. We'll take a break and we'll be back at 1:45. Okay, Scott? 12:45. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Welcome, everyone. We're up and going there, Sheila. Excellent. Okay, so we've had I think a productive morning. Made some advancements or made some reductions on the capital side of it. And let's divert our attention then, and we'll go to the operating side. And the operating is up. Carry year over year 5.5, 5.6. And that is all in front of us. So where do we want to start? Carrie, have you
Just
got any
to give
suggestions?
some perspective on it, the total operating increase is at 726,980. Of that, wages is 520,486. Without the police, that's 287,456. The contract or insurance is up 50,470, and other contracts are up 112,598. So that's 683,554 of your 726,000, leaving $43,426.
How much did you say that left us with?
43,426 if I take out wages, insurance, and contract increases.
The other one on that, just to go to insurance, the only way to really reduce any of that at this point in time, is there any appetite or thought of an increase on deductibles? And our deductible right now is?
It's 25. We currently have 7 open claims. So if we increase our deductible, we probably need to increase. If the decrease that you might see, if any, in your premium, you will need to put into a reserve because we will be on the hook for the first, if it's 50,000. And we are currently facing a few claims.
If we're facing 7, surely we can win 4. Oh. That didn't sound like a positive response. Our insurance reserve right now is certainly capable of handling the 25. But no matter where we go to get any reduction, and that's probably the only place we can get reduction at this point in time. So that would leave the insurance, unless somebody's going to make a motion to increase the deductible. The insurance increase is off the table. Unless we want to pull the insurance. Can we pull it off the fire department? Oh, Chief Schwartz has left. I think that's the only spot we can go there with insurance carry, so that one's off the table. What is the other one that we might want to look at? Staff wages, you want to go there and just eliminate that?
The budgets include step increases for those eligible along the grid and a 3% cost of living adjustment to the grid.
That's already been incorporated. The 3% is what we put in. And 3% keeps us within the policy directive or target of 50th percentile with their comparators?
Yeah, it doesn't change our original grid, assuming all of our comparators are also making adjustments to their grids for cost of living. We wouldn't know if they gave more or less without going back to market, which is a project.
But in saying that, we feel that 3% would keep us in that 50th percentile. Anything greater would move us into the 80th percentile, or anything less would move us to the 20th percentile?
Yeah. I think it would be on par with what others, yeah.
Your best guess. Really wasn't, unless there's an appetite to adjust that. Either down or up. I didn't say any indication, just to adjust. Tom?
Mayor Eccles, I think we need to stay status quo with what we kind of have laid out, because we did play catch up there a few years ago and there was an impact. So I think I'm comfortable with where we're at, and just talking to some of our neighbors, I think a couple of them are playing catch up, and a few, talk maybe 4 or 5, they look like they're going to be arriving or landing, hopefully where we are too. So I think we're in a good spot with that one. So I would support leaving it as is. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing else on that. Okay, what was the next one, Carrie?
Contracts, various contracts, garbage collection, Saugeen Valley, roads.
Well, let's go with that one. Yeah, and those are pretty well fixed. All those contracts are fixed and with the agreed upon. There's none of them that are coming due this year. Do you have any, Jeff?
No, they're not coming to this year that I know of.
The big one for going forward on budget is probably the curbside garbage and recycling. But that contract is due at the end of 24, so it's 25. Now you're 26. I'm not 100% sure. I thought it was the end of 24, but
Yeah, it was 10-year. It renews at the end of June, like July 1st. So it's I'm just not sure if it's through 2025. It expires, or 2026. I'd have to
June
look that up,
2026.
but it's still within that 10-year contract. We'll be switching to producer responsibility for the recycling end in 2025. However, that pans out and looks, that's.
you think that'll be a positive impact for us? No, I don't think it will be either. But that one's on the horizon, and we know that Grey Highlands past year have switched. But we'll be going, they are on bins now. And was it 25% more? I think the waste management, I can't remember the exact number, but I know it was quite an increase. But they had no other option. Waste management said it's either go to bins or do it yourself. And there was no appetite to do it themselves, so they went to the bins and accepted waste management. We've got a couple of years to gather some information to find out whether there's any competition or any option. I guess one option would be certainly people complain that they don't get a they don't have the opportunity to drive to the landfill, so we could just say, fine, drive to the landfill. When required. Yeah, yeah, it's still there. Okay. Anything else on wages or contracts? Don't really have much. If we're agreeing on 3%, then that's where we're staying. What's the next one, Carrie? Sorry, you have insurance yet.
There's a few small, changes, through different budgets. The net increase in the household hazardous waste is a increase of $28,000 in this budget. We budgeted for some rebate, but there's also increased collection costs. So there's $28,000, but that's a result of that program that we've started this year. So that's impacting a full year of 2024. And we're guessing at the rebate. We don't have firm numbers at this point on the value of the rebate, but the net cost is $28,000.
Remind me again, that's for the household waste.
Hazardous waste.
Basically, giving everybody a cardboard cup to put grease in.
No, that's a different line item.
This is the one where we put we have the collection certified bin and whatnot. 3 months in Durham landfill, 3 months in Bentic landfill. The other one that we initiated was the grease collection. How much is that like?
I just don't have that one itemized separately on what that was. Do you have it, Jeff?
The cost for it is estimated at $2,000 and there was room in the 2023 budget for that. So other than staff labor to administer the program, unless we run out of cups, there shouldn't be any actual additional material costs for 2024. That would be a good news story if we ran out of cups, but the program, that's the kickoff for the program.
And by diverting that, one of the big things was that, especially for the Newstead and Durham wastewater treatment, we may not have as many clogs or bung ups. It was kind of one of the promoting ideas on that.
That is correct. They're called fatbergs or fogs, and they do clog up pumps, specifically at pumping stations, which is key for both Newstead and Durham. And in Durham at the mechanical plant, it really does it can have a significant impact, yes.
So,
Yeah, I'm not so sure if I'm really following where we're at here, but anyways, I'm looking at the 24-26 budget landfill worksheet. And I'm looking at the line says under expenses, landfill hazardous waste expenses was 30,000, jumped 160,000 to 190. And then the next 2 years, it's gonna be 30, and then over on the right-hand side, it says estimated cost for GFL to collect household hazard waste every 3 weeks. Is that where we're talking about these cups in? I don't know. I'm not sure why it jumped 160,000. If that's. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so the collection, there's been a great response. So we're collecting it more, so the cost has gone up. There is also a revenue offset of 132,000, which is the estimated rebate up higher for the rebate on the household hazardous waste. So the net cost is $28,000 to the budget. If the volume starts to reduce, we won't have as many collections. We'll have also less revenue, but we don't know what the sweet spot of that number is yet. So far, it's been used quite frequently.
Doug one, Councillor Townsend.
Just a question with the household hazardous waste. Since we're the only one in the south end of Gray that's doing that, is there an opportunity to sell that service to neighboring municipalities for their residents to access our facility for a household hazardous waste day? Just throwing it out there.
That would be to Hanover because Southgate does operate this. Yeah, that's where we picked up the idea. But Hanover certainly doesn't. I don't believe that they have it. Matter of fact, they don't have their own landfill. They kind of share one.
And I don't know if our C of A would have to be amended to collect from other areas. It would just be a process that we used to have a contract with that we could take it our hazardous waste to Owen Sound. So I know their C of A had been amended to permit that, but it would involve getting the ministry approval through our certificate of approval for the landfills, I think.
And then it may be a bit of a discussion on what else are they bringing in that might come to a bit of a, yeah. Open up a can of worms. That'll be fine. Yes. If they will use our landfill then legally. Not mistaken, there's a few people that have been run out of our landfill so far. Okay. Any other questions on those factors, waste management? Doug?
I'm just curious under the revenue for landfill recycling scrap metal. It went down $34,000. So why did our revenue for scrap metal go down so much?
Like,
Yeah, the volume, we took out a lot of, tend to, if I understand correctly, stockpile some metal, and then as the price is, it, seems okay or more lucrative, we will get rid of that. So we did get rid of a lot of scrap metal over the past year. So unless we get a lot of volume come in, it'll probably be much smaller revenue collection amounts there.
that one makes that one clear. Any other thoughts, suggestions, comments on waste? Tom?
Well, do we contemplate looking at another increase next year on our tags to offset some of this? Like I know Meaford for a fact is $6 a tag, so we're at $2.50. Is it something we better start thinking about? Because it's coming. We've got a couple of years. We slowly pace ourselves and get them prepped for it, because things are going to certainly change. So I think maybe next year we should entertain that again, and that will certainly at least bring a little more revenue in, and if not now, because there's an increased cost to handling these facilities. So I would leave that open for lots of people to talk about that one. But I wouldn't be opposed to that.
And just to let you know, we have adjusted the bag tag revenue compared to the sheets that were originally circulated. But we also reviewed the garbage collection and recycling curbside collection costs, which needed to be increased. So the 40,000, we increased the bag tag revenues by 40,000 to 200,000, but we also increased garbage collection by 10,000 and recycling curbside collection by 30,000. Because those contracts are built in with a cost of living adjustment, and they were just shown in the original budgets. You'll see them 190 for 2023 and 190 for 2024. So we needed to increase the actual collection costs there. So that was, we budgeted, shifted the budget to offset that against the increase in revenues on the bottom line.
Councillor Forrester, leave us? Sheila? Oh, okay. His video's off. All right. If you do have comments, Scott, I can't see you anymore, so just jump in. All right. Anything else under waste management? Joyce, please.
Thank you. I still have a real concern about what we're paying at curbside for recycling when we're not getting any market value anymore for our recycling. There's more, seems to be residue or just garbage than what we're generating in market value. So I would entertain that we should meet again with waste management to go over these particulars to find out like where we can get some cost savings at the curbside. I know they're going to say go with these bins, but again, these bins, once it's in those bins and they dump it, it's contaminating the garbage or the recycling all over again. So I sometimes wonder why we even are recycling. I know the public might not like to hear that, but at the end, it's ending up in the garbage. So we really need to look at this and try to find a better way of monitoring our recycling so that we're going to get some better revenue generated recycling than what we're doing right now. Thank you.
So if I could paraphrase that, Joyce, giving, kind of asking staff to take a look with waste management before our December budget meeting, clarifying that recycling revenue that we have seen in the past, but is slowly disintegrated. That's about right, what you'd like to do. Good.
Originally, when our contract came up, that we had more revenue coming in based on what was collected curbside and at the landfill sites. We've lost that now. So now what we're doing is we're paying extra because they have to now ship this contaminated materials out of the they're generated, like what they're going to generate for market value. So now we're paying on top of that, which wasn't, I don't know, really looked at when all this was negotiated back in 2016, but paying more now to get rid of contaminated recycling than we're generating in any market value. It's not a very good business proposal, I don't think.
Okay, is that something, I can see Jeff writing away there really well. Yep. Okay. So we've got a cup over here that's been filled with coffee and then put 2 tea bags in it. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, just a sidetrack there. Sorry, Jamie. That's not quite on the agenda, but we'll bring that up next time. Yeah, it's not working that well. We did have that discussion about mixing up orders. Is there anything? Guess we have the operating there, and what are we on page 4 of 16? Council budget is already down 1.6%. Maybe we go through that way through the lines here so we don't get sidetracked too far away. We've left out, we've got wages and we've got insurance out. Is there anything else there in council? Carrie?
Compared to your budget package there, one of the earlier mentioned items for budget reductions across departments, one of them was council. And that was the contract labor for the integrity commissioner. That line is now, instead of 25,000, is now 15,000. So that's just a further reduction on that budget that doesn't show up in the original package, but was one of the items that was reduced when I went through that this morning.
Okay. Everything's good with that one. Administration. And I take it the biggest increase in administration is the addition of a staff, the economic development officer? No?
That item's not included in your budget. That would be added to if you wish to address that. And that is in a different department, but
Okay, well, we'll
it's
leave
not
it.
included in the budget anywhere.
We'll leave it till we get down to economic development at the bottom there. Elmwood Fire. Anybody wanna- Gary?
And we did not have quorum at our last meeting, so the board has not recommended, but that is the draft that we had prepared, but it has not been recommended by the board as we did not have quorum. That's where so far was sitting.
So we could certainly ask then the board members, board to take a look and see if there would be appetite for reduction and what would be a good number? 75,000? I didn't get much of a spark, so it must be good. If there was any reductions in that, I know that there's probably a bit in capital requests for ongoing equipment. If I did see it right. We sent that back to the library. Or there was there was direction going to the library that if they could find something, if there was no motion.
No motion
No.
to give weight to that.
But I'm wondering from this council's perspective, is there any for the Elmwood Fire to, because we're working with a partner, is it possible to find $5,000 to $10,000 reduction there? And our member, I think, is sitting here beside me, and another member down at the further end there. Tom?
Yeah, I have the honor of being the chair there, so Councilor Noon is also on that committee. I think one of the things, again, without quorum, we never really got an opportunity to speak about, and we had just a quick review, but some of the requests that you may see is for an enhancement for the health and safety and to get us back, to get us into well, health and safety 1 and 2 is expansion of the laundry facilities, and the bathroom is the biggest thing out there. But that's to get us up to code. So again, without quorum, hopefully we can get that before. I don't. Okay, when is our next meeting? I can't recall right off the top of my head.
Yeah, we haven't set one yet, but we will need to do that. And those 2 items were not included in that draft. That for the washer and laundry, that would have been a additional item.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So are we in agreement to ask whether the fire can find something, but just kind of give that as direction for their next meeting? And when we see it at the next budget, we may see it done. Jamie, you want to make a comment?
Through miracles, I would just suggest that we do that through motion, and I do have something prepared if it's council's wish to entertain that.
Okay, let's hear your motion.
I have that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council requests that the Joint Elmwood Fire Board reduce their draft budget by $10,000.
Okay, do we have somebody who would like to move that? Doug, Doug Hutchison on that one, seconder? No, if you could second it, then we can have a question. Go for it.
So we're asking them to reduce by 10,000, but from, I think what I took from the conversation here, there's even more to be added onto that number already. Is that what I heard?
Carrie? Yes.
Yes, the fire chief did indicate that that was a project they were getting some pricing on, was to add some plumbing and facilities for laundry and showers, was it? Or was it just?
Yeah, Joyce is saying laundry and showers. Yeah. Yep. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and that's why I brought that forward, is just so we're aware there, without having quorum the last meeting, there is a couple of additional items that they will be, well, Elmwood Joint Fire will be bringing forward. That's all. Thank you.
Doug,
Just to follow up, I think we're going to find ourselves in a position where a lot of these outside boards, whether it's Elmwood Fire, whether it's library, whatever, everybody's working on would say fairly tight margins nowadays, and it's going to be hard to get people. I don't think there's a whole lot of fluff in a lot of these budgets that that some of these boards like the Elmwood and whatnot can bring stuff or pull stuff out of. So that's just something we have to take into consideration.
all right. Good points. But if we don't ask, we know what the answer is going to be. With the tightness that it is, and the fact that Elmwood Fire on a size basis is probably one of our biggest fire budgets on a percentage wise. Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is to ask for the Elmwood Fire to have at least a $10,000 reduction in what their budget presently sits at. Okay. No further questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right. That's it for Elmwood Fire. Fire other. Just on time. Fire other, I take it as our contracts with Hanover, Mount Ford, Wellington North, and Grey Highlands.
Yes, so that's the rest of those. I don't have the Hanover, Wellington North budgets. And our Markdale or our Grey Highlands, I should say, is based on a rate per the assessment increase. So I don't have what the growth might be in there. So that always changes a little bit in there.
Impact hasn't done anything, so assessment hasn't gone up. Why would it have been? The growth part, yes. Okay. And there certainly has been some new in that coverage area. All right, those ones, I guess we'll see when they come back on how much we can do about it. Fire emergency measures and health and safety. I heard someone say there's about $40,000 worth of basically fluff in here that we can find.
Yeah.
Do you want to address that, Chief, or let Carrie go at it first?
Of the operational increase, just over 8,300 is wages, 2,300 is insurance, and you have increased 7,500 for uniforms and 3,000 for DZ license. So that based on their total budget increase over the remaining fire departments that the chief's in charge of, there's $1,140 on the operations.
And we've already approved the other two, and the wages are there. There was some transfers. Is there any other place you see other than with that? Chief Schwartz, I don't want to put you onto the spot, but I'm putting you on the spot. You have any good news for us where you've researched and thought that there was some revenues, some more revenues that you haven't found or missed them?
That was another area we did increase the revenue by $10,000 on the West Grey Fire for various inspections and things that we charge out. So that also was part of the original items that I started with during the day as well.
I will say that the revenue from the peer support is likely not going to happen. Peer support with the county is pretty much folded up. There doesn't seem to be a lot of interest. So we still have our own West Grey peer support. That was a revenue we got from 3 other departments in the county. Inner Township, Owen Sound, and West Grey.
But the offset of that was so we wouldn't have the expense either, so. Yeah. That could drop, but it'll drop on both sides equally somewhere now. Anything else, Doug, too?
Yeah, I like the idea of having the 3-year budget in front of us. I'm just curious, some of the numbers seem to jump up and down, like the Ayton Fire Station, for example, went, this year's up 4.9, then it's down to minus 12.8, and then minus 2.4, and then, you know, some of the others, like the Durham's up 19, but then next year's down 13, and then back up 28. So sort of curious why those numbers are bounced around so much, so like that. Oh, sorry. Wait, hang on.
Mike. The 25 and 26 budgets, I haven't even looked or projected at them. I've only worked on the 2024 budget. So if in operation, some of those budgets have gone up, then they'll definitely go up in 25 and 26. And maybe the odd thing comes down, but I don't see it could hold steady too. This has been a bad year this year for vehicle repairs. Like we're way into the red of vehicle repairs. So that's why I'd added quite a bit to all 3 stations on that.
Okay, but I'm gonna go to Director Mike Carey.
Part of the biggest swing on those will be the loan payments, Ayton and Newstead versus the loan coming on in Durham. So part of it is that swing and room that we will have once that new truck arrives in 2025. We'll be ready for it to have a loan and pay that loan with the balance of the, you'll see in the Norman B. Fired example, this year in 2023 and 2024, we've got 32,000 in loan and principal and interest payments, but by 2025, we only have 6,600 left to be paid. Similar if you look at the Newstead, but then you'll see the Norman or the Durham, those principal and interest payments coming on. So it's kind of a shift between stations, but that's the biggest swing in those ones.
Okay, Doug? Yeah, all right. There's nothing else with fire locally. No, I did. Is there any opportunity for grants or anything of that? Strangely, on the news this morning, it was North Bruce Peninsula is looking at somewhere around $50,000 to $60,000 in grants for their emergency.
Yes.
And fire department. So maximize that.
We're working on a grant right now, which is due the end of the month for emergency management. And has to do with possibly getting some more supplies that we don't have in stock right now. Stretchers, blankets, etc., which we do not have on hand. That would be, of course, through the grant. I don't know, this grant is replacing the JEP grant, I believe, but I don't know the percentage of the cut. It's not in the listing. With the old JEP funding, it was 45-50. We paid 45, they paid 55. So in this one here, it doesn't, I've read through it and I don't see that. So I'm not sure whether it's 100% grant or what it's supposed to be. And I don't know if Carrie knows that either.
Director Mike? The way it was on the news this morning through Bayshore, the application was coming through and they were buying, I think it was 3 different drones for the fire departments in North Bruce Peninsula. I don't know what the percentage was either, but the thought process was that it would go through fire, it could be purchased that way, but that it could be used, the equipment then could be used across the municipality. Public Works, they had a suggestion that Public Works could use it to on some unopened road allowances, but on bridges and doing surprisingly bridge inspections with the with those. Certainly in the police department, where the other day we had to have Markdale and Hanover in. Emergency case last week. But yeah, I don't know what else. I don't know whether we need drones, but was there any of that equipment that was available or that we had in here that could be covered off, as you said, on that JEP funding? But I would suggest that we probably won't see that, or we'll give you time to investigate that, and maybe we can see some of that offsetting revenue.
I don't think any of the capital items that you have in here would qualify for that grant. We don't have a drone in the budget. We don't have COTS in the budget. We have SCBA's, turnout gear. That's about it. But I don't think it's any of the eligible items possibly that are in there.
Yeah, this, the way I understood, the way I read it was for emergency management only. Your anything to do with SCBA, I don't believe has any bearing on it. As far as the drones go, I'm not, I can't speak for Chief Martin, but myself, I don't think it's necessary for us to have a drone. We have one in Grey Highlands, we have one in Hanover, and we've used them several times. And as you say, we did use them last week and they were good. And there's a lot more to it than owning it. You have to maintain it. You have to have licensed pilots to operate them. And it goes on and on. So it's an expense that just rolls on.
So a licensed pilot, that would mean that you would find a 14-year-old on the side of the street and just let them go at it like we did last week?
I don't think there's any 14-year-old last week. They were all licensed pilots. Hanover's got licensed pilots and so does Grey Islands.
We'll talk about that later. No, this is the one that Markdale was flying. Okay. There may, but it's an outside stretch that there could be some grant funding come into Phil's budget that might offset, but it's a stretch right at this point in time. There's nothing else there. Okay. Phil, you're off the hot seat. Although you're going to offer us something, I can see that you've got a gift for us today.
Well, I think you heard me talking at lunchtime, maybe. I don't know.
I never listen in on conversations.
In our capital, we have 8 more SCBA bottles or cylinders for each station. They have an expiry date on the expiry of 15 years, so you need to buy so many each year to keep it rolling over. We got when we bought the new SCBA's last year, we got I think we got 68 bottles altogether. So my idea was to get 8 more for each station this year, then go a couple of years and then get 8 more and so on. I would be willing to sacrifice 2 bottles out of each capital, which would only give you a total of $10,000, 10,500 out of your capital, if that helps you out any.
It's an offer coming forward to help us out. Very willingly. I don't believe the chief was squeezed too hard on that. Is there any appetite to do that? Sounds like he can live within those demands. It would need a motion to reduce fire capital by 10,000, you said? 10.2?
Yeah, that'd be for all 3 capitals, just 10 to cover all 3, yeah.
Okay, Jamie?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, and just point of clarification to the fire chief, was it 10,500 that you had indicated, or was it just 10,000?
I don't have the figure with me. I'd figured it out earlier this morning when I looked at it, and I believe it was 10,500. You can leave it at that. If it's a little bit over, it's not gonna be over by much.
So through you, Mayor Eccles, then what I have is that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget, council directs staff to reduce the draft West Gray Fire budget by $10,500 in the 2024 draft budget.
I see that. Somebody's got their hand up to their ear. They can see my lips, but moving, but he's not that good of a lip reader from that far away. There was a lot of stuff in that tea. God, I only took one sip. And the seconder, Councillor Hutchison, thank you. So that's removing 10.5 from the fire capital, but not endangering any of the safety of our officers or firemen. Joyce, do you have a question? Nope. You want to vote? Yeah. Oh, I just saw your hand. Okay. Sorry. All right. Any other questions or comments? Call the question on this one. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Chief. Anything else here on emergency measures? Any of that with fire? Emergency measures, health and safety. Going once, twice. Thank you very much, Phil. Keep it off easy. Yeah. Well, it's in there.
Run away.
Oh, we're done with you and presents, yes. Wait until you get out the door. Yeah. All right, thanks, Phil. Appreciate it. Sir? Okay. What is next? Police. The police budget really hasn't changed from the last time we were dealing with it, or has it slightly carried?
No, the wages are 233, contracts are 19.9, and then fuel is 5,000, and additional phone charges for the digital DMI, digital, whatever that stands for, was 5,500. And that explains all but $400,000 of the change in their budget.
Okay. Board member Noon and I and the other board member went over it yesterday, and yeah. There's it's bare bones as it is right now and going forward with fuel, insurance. Oh, sorry, there was one question. Joyce, in the police budget, this won't make a whole lot of difference, and I don't know whether Chief Martin spoke to you. There's a line that the police department are paying for rent.
Yes, I cannot decrease the police budget, so I did not make any change to that. In 2013, prior to that, they rented space from a private individual in Newstead. In 2013, they moved to the Ayton Library, and the decisions made at the time were that the police budget would pay $2,500 for rent for that. If the police board wants to decrease their budget by $2,500, we will show the offsetting elimination of the revenue on the tax side. So while it should be done because of whatever section of the act, it makes no change, but the police board would need to decrease their budget by 2,500. While it will not affect your tax levy, that should be, otherwise they're getting $2,500 more. So
Right. So it's up to the municipality, basically what it comes down to, the municipality pays for the police station or the office space. How it was put in there in 2013, that's 10 years ago. My memory's good on some things, and that one's a small one. But the municipality puts $2,500 into the police budget and then draws it back out and brings it back in here. So it's an in and an out. It doesn't mean anything, but it really is not part of what the police budget should be.
yeah, you could pass
by
a motion
legislation.
to ask the board to remove that. Like I said, it will not reduce your budget today, but you could push that back.
But it will clear things up, not the way it should be. Okay. I need a motion. Huh? Mhm. Thank you, Doug. Councillor Townsend moves that the $2,500 be removed from the police and the police budget. Okay, seconder. Tom? Jamie? No.
It's 3 miracles, and potentially to Director Mine. That's for rent specifically, correct?
Yes.
So I have that in consideration of the 2024 draft budget. Council requests the West Grey Police Services Board removes the $2,500 allocation for rent in their 2024 draft budget.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Townsend, second by Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Any further comments or questions on that? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay. I said it's not any reduction or increase, but it does get us more within the legislation and the regulatory authority. Okay. Oh, look at that. Well, we've got a few things in that conservation budget. Yeah, those are estimates. I think the only thing we can come out of this one is the next budget meeting at the conservation. Tom, is November 30th?
That's right, yeah. 30th.
Yeah, the 30th. And it's got to come from there. So I would suggest that we'll wait for an update on those reductions. Obviously, we can't. I'm reading it that we're all in agreement that there needs to be some more clarification and transparency in that conservation budget, but those answers will only come from conservation themselves. And we'll have that information back when we take a look at the budget again on December the 12th. Okay. Noted. Tom.
But as the 2 members on the SBCA for West Grey, we will certainly ask for them to consider look further into reductions on the request. So how's that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't care as much about the overall as just those extra fees that you keep charged to West Grey. Okay. What have we got in operations and roads? I'm looking at that, 53%. Oh no, capital's in there too, so that's been reduced dramatically. Carrie, what do you got for us?
Yes, so of the $152,000 increase on the operating side, 77,000, that includes the $20,000 shift from the seasonal part-time to full-time. So 77,000 is wages, 20,000 more for insurance, 47,000 in for contracts. One is the increased calcium and the other is connecting link. And that explains all but $2,056.
Jeff, my question would be, what's driving the calcium up so much? Just the cost or application or?
That is a CPI cost that they used for purchasing the material to deliver to us. And there are costs to actually have the truck on the road and have the driver in the truck and bring it to us. So it's a combination of the material and the labor here.
And there's no increase in tonnage that we're putting on?
No, there's not.
So by going to a spring application of roadside maintenance gravel, we won't need any more calcium than we've had before?
It would be my expectation that we get the gravel down first, followed by the calcium. And ideally, no, there should not be a need for a second application of calcium.
I certainly hope we put the gravel down first and then put the calcium on it, not go the other way around. The other factor then is, will we be looking at any increase in gravel maintenance by putting on gravel in the spring, as opposed to doing what we did this year in the fall?
So it's my expectation if we can do permanent shift to a spring application in time, we should see our roads over several years. We'll see them become more stable, with the idea that the calcium is not just the dust suppression, but it's a road stabilizer. And in my experience, it performs better if we can do it with the gravel going down in the spring and then the calcium immediately afterwards. After several years, we should see the roads become more stable.
And we wouldn't even need to put on gravel, is that what you're saying?
I've never gotten to that point. The only way to do that would be to hard top them, and I don't think that's in our budget.
Joyce, Councillor Noon.
Thank you. A question, are they still doing the two different applications based on road counts?
Yes, you are correct. There are two different percent concentrations of the calcium. You're correct.
Carrie.
The other item I missed speaking, that we also have about $6,000 increase in there to replace signs at intersections. That was another item.
We were replacing the signs because they were out of date, or they just weren't there anymore?
There was a meeting called by county staff where they advised a 2024 program they'd like to initiate, replacing the signs at the various intersections. And if that program went ahead, West Gray's share in 2024 would be $6,000. So if that project's still on the radar at the county, then that's the cost to us.
And you're suggesting that Mr. Hoy is saying that's mandatory? We don't have any choice in the matter?
They are relying on the minimum maintenance standard for the idea of reflectivity. However, I understand the priorities are being based on age and not necessarily reflectivity. Being old, there's an assumption that reflectivity will not pass the test. But those signs are managed by the county.
So we're talking the actual road designation sign or stop signs, those types of signs?
Not the stop signs. When you get to an intersection and you see the signs that tell you which fire numbers go which way, it's my understanding those are the signs that they're talking about, and they believe they go back to the original rollout of the 911 program.
And those have a requirement to be reflective?
through the minimum maintenance standard, yes, the signs have to meet a minimum reflectivity. For our signs, we have a gun that we can go test our signs. But it does tie up staff time to do that. And that's how we make our decisions on what signs need to be replaced. But I understand the county's based this purely on age.
Well, we'll have to ask one of our representatives from the county that he addresses that issue at county council budget time. We'll make sure of that, won't you, Deputy Mayor Hutchison?
I will certainly remind you to ask that question, Mayor Atkinson.
Touche. Yeah, push it on up. I somewhat over the years of just experience, there's two different thoughts. You put gravel on in the spring or you put gravel on in the fall. I've always been a proponent of doing it in the fall. We have more moisture instead of washboard. That's where you're going this time with all this spring gravel, and listening to a few people that live on hills on corners that are going to be bouncing their cars up and down the hill.
I don't know if we're gonna ever be able to satisfy some of those complaints without substantially rebuilding some of those corners and intersections. But it's my expectation that when we get the gravel down and if we can pick the right day where there's enough, your correctable moisture being a big part of how the calcium functions. So if we can get the right day with loss and mist, I've been very fortunate in my career when we can make that combination work in the spring, we can get the road much more solid. Gravel roads, yeah, washboards going to happen, but it will happen less frequently would be the expectation.
Less frequently if we put the gravel on in the fall.
Spring.
So then we'll put the gravel on in the fall.
Put the gravel on the spring, followed by the calcium.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, so I just have some questions that are related, maybe more related to, or directed towards our director of the treasurer, regarding some numbers in here. So under equipment, this is page 24 in our package, 25. I'm just curious, Carrie, it goes from transfer to capital. So there's a 2,813,000 transfer to capital in our budget. Can you explain that? Sorry.
So you've just ripped that apart with what you did before lunch. That is now down to you're down to 1.5, just over 1.5 million, 1.557228.
Did that come from, was that part of the bridge that we cut?
Yes, yep,
Right.
the bridge, all
Yep.
of the cuts that you made through the Public Works capital there, the bridge, realigning the asphalt of the Ayton Road, doing all of that stuff this morning, reduced your capital tax levy support of the program.
So if you look further down under the capital revenue, I guess it is, that I see the same number under contributions from revenue funds. So that's where the money came from the revenue fund. Okay. I'm curious why under Grants Canada, why we had $1 million last year. This year it's reduced by 585,000. Why is that?
We had some carryover top-up funding from prior years that was all budgeted to be spent in 2023.
Oh, okay. Okay. And I think that's maybe, Oh, it's there. And maybe just under roads, further down under capital expense. Roads capital expense. We're up 1 million, roads capital expense. What is that?
So again, that is the expense. You were talking about the transfer from the tax levy to the program. The program has also been cut. You don't have that much expenditures anymore. You're now down to $2,071,500 is what your capital program for roads would be now,
Okay.
based
So-
on all the changes that you made this morning. So you changed not just the expenses, but how you funded them.
So is that part of that 2 million difference, 2.9 difference? That's on that last total? Is that instead of 2.9 is 2.1? Is that what you're saying there? Under the last public works total, last line there. Which mean our increase wouldn't be 60%, it'd be something less than that.
So are you in the capital expense or where?
Public works capital expense, yeah, just underneath that.
So you've got 5.2 million for a total or 4.67?
I'm looking at 4.8,
Okay,
4.818 for last year, and then this year it's 7.743. For
774. Okay, so there, yep, 7743. Yeah, so you've annihilated that budget. You've given your share. It is no longer $2 million increase. That one is now at that total budget increase, operating and capital, is now total.
yeah, well, it's okay.
But it has been, because we
Ballpark's
removed the
fine.
$2 million, $2.4 million bridge.
Yeah.
So we've reduced, a lot of dollars just on the, what you did this morning.
Yeah, the 1.5 or something.
You
I
had
think we took out.
3, yeah, you took out. You probably took out 1.982 million out of your capital on the roads.
Okay. All right. Anything else in roads? Then we're going with less calcium, less grading, and application in the fall. Early fall. I don't think so, because we put gravel on this fall in 2023, first week of September, did we not?
We did, but we only did half of each of the former townships, so we'll be doing the other half in the spring, so.
Yeah, that's what we've always done. One half.
Yep.
1 year, one half the next year.
Yep, we plan to continue with that cycle.
Yeah, so the service is exactly the same. I'm not going to convince you to go to fall gravel application, eh?
Not yet, no. It's my goal to convince you that spring application ultimately is a better solution. I see I have my work cut out for me.
Trying to convince somebody that up until 3 years ago, have always lived on a gravel road. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that reason. Sold that car. Okay. Street lighting. If there's nothing else in roads. I think Carrie decided there a little while ago. I thought we just made some, light reductions, but apparently she said annihilation, I think was the word she used of the capital budget and roads. So we better move on before we get too stuck. Street lighting. This one has a levy change of what, $6,000? And that's going to a transfer to reserve.
5,000 of it is. The other is some small wage and expense changes.
Yeah. But the 5,000 to reserve is for future upgrades. And that 5,000 has never been in there before. This would be an increase.
It's probably been 2018. Last time we put money in reserve. So it's been a while.
Okay. Joyce.
Thank you. How recent were all the lights put to the LED or the dark skies kind of perimeters and stuff? But I don't think they're like overall terribly old, like, and how much is in that reserve if the last time it was put in was 2018?
$9,784 is what's in the street lighting reserve. They were probably replaced. Yeah, maybe in around there, because we did it, I think Ayton first and then did Newstead and Durham year or two after maybe. Oh, and Elmwood, yes, our side of Elmwood, yeah.
Anything else, Joyce? On that?
Maybe just put 2,500. I don't know how much it's gonna make nickel and diming it, but just top it up to 10,000, what's already 500 and some dollars make a difference. Top it up to $10,000. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion or suggestion?
We'll never make. It'll never make it with a suggestion, and it is certainly not going to make the minutes with a suggestion. Looking to move that? Go ahead.
I'd take it right out for this year. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Eccles, the motion would be that council directs staff to remove the $5,000 allocation to a street lighting reserve from the 2024 draft budget.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hutchison, Doug, two. Okay, comments?
How much does it cost to upgrade the lights when we do have to do it? And how soon will we have to do it?
Expertise from infrastructure?
I'm not sure what it cost West Gray to do it, but being relatively new, I would expect the LEDs, the whole point of shifting to it was not just to save on kilowatt hours, but their longevity. So, 10, 15 years was what I was told in a previous municipality, a minimum expectation. When you start running into significant costs again. We were at the 10-year mark and we weren't really experiencing any significant issues other than routine minor maintenance.
So we're in about 8 years now. We haven't got any, not certain of what the cost may or may not be. Do you have any idea, Carrie, when we did those replacements? No, there was grants towards redoing them. And we certainly did see the significant electricity cost. Carrie's looking that up, and I'll go to Joyce first and then Doug. Joyce?
Okay, just a question. Budget wise, under street lighting, Durham Utilities is 20,000. Ellenwood's 4. Eaton's 1,000. Glen Elks is 14,000. And Newstead is 9,000. Why such a variation of the utilities? Is it replacing bulbs or what's affecting the general, why they're all allocated different amounts in those? I understand Durham would have more streetlights than the other urban centers, but there's still a cost factor. So
that's the
just-
hydro cost.
the hydro
The
cost.
hydro cost.
Oh, I see. Okay.
If you see street lighting expense, 3,000, that's if we have to replace something.
Oh.
But the utilities is the hydro cost
Okay.
for all of the lights.
Great thing. Then the other thing, currently I know like when a street light bulb's out, like, do they have the stats on like how often those have had to be replaced since the new street lighting's been put in? Like that would kind of factor, I guess, when we're looking at replacement of the whole fixture, or not the fixture, but the whole pole and fixture. So currently, I don't know. I know the numbers reduced dramatically when the new poles were put in. So I was just wondering what those stats were like.
Yeah, I don't have those at my fingertips. I'm not, I'd have to get further review on that.
Doug, too.
Yeah, so that sort of leads into my question is that when we replaced them, we would have replaced the whole unit, possibly the pole, but definitely the whole unit. My question is, I presume that when we replace something, it would be a bulb rather than the whole unit, but I don't know that. So maybe it's worth investigating to see what kind of cost it is to replace these LED lights. So going forward, we know how, is it really expensive? Is it fairly cheap? And how many we have? And so it might give us an idea of how much money we really need to put in reserve. So maybe our director could look into that.
Okay. Carrie doing some notes there. Just a quick question as well, too. There was $14,000 in the Nelk streetlight expense. See, there's another 14,000 in 2024. Even in Durham, we are at, what is it, 20?
The new subdivision is technically in Glenelg, but when Hydro One realigned, that is the hydro costs in that line. Marshall Heights is in the Glenelg ones. They kind of,
So it's all of those subdivisions that we've taken over?
yeah,
Marshall
so some of
Heights,
that's, yeah.
Highlands would be in that as well too.
Yes, anywhere, they've kind of all got lumped into, and some of I'm not sure, Brent was looking at whether some of them, it's splitting hairs, whether there's some on the Durham side of Durham Road, did those get put in, or, which one? They're all there. It's just what we used to call Glenelg because it was the former municipality.
Yeah.
It's kind of spread out a little more. The maintenance, that's the actual hydro.
But it even seems,
That'll be some of probably the Durham lights. They've kind of mishmashed a few of them all together.
yeah, but yeah, I guess it just seems. Doesn't have what? No, I'm pretty sure Marshall Heights was under LEDs. I don't know about, Highlands, but Marshall Heights, I know that was one of the big things when it went in, that was fully requested to be LEDs, which they are.
Hydro doesn't quite follow our old boundaries anymore. So the lights get put on an account and it's kind of.
So we could say that up at the edge of Markdale, we're paying for half of Markdale as well too? Is that why? It still seems large that there's $14,000 worth in Glenelg. I just, ooh, no. But it wouldn't be the first time that some point in our municipality, somebody was paying the hydro bill for somebody else. Oh shoot, Phil's gone. Okay. So we have, we voted on that $5,000. We've got it moved and seconded that the reserve funding comes out of there at the 5,000. Would still leave us with about 10 in there, 9,500 give or take. All right. Any further questions or comments on that part of the budget? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Anything else with street lighting? Jeff?
Traffic lights, I thought those were county traffic lights. We paid the hydro on those, but they do belong to the county? Oh.
I believe are they part of the connecting link? The old, we've always paid for them, even town of Durham, I think, didn't we? We've always, traffic lights, we've always paid the hydro for. Nobody else is here from Durham always paid the hydro, yeah.
I've always thought that, I mean, it's the county that controls them.
Yeah, I think we get billed. They can start paying the hydro.
Well, I guess that's what, to Jeff's point, and then looking maybe at Jeff as well too. When the construction was on the bridge, it's the county that does the, looks after them and put the setting on them. Because that was the problem on the advanced left-hand turn going. They left it there after the construction, and there was more than a few people were perturbed because it was them, the county, that had to come and do it. So I've always thought it was the county that owned them. But is this another conservation? We're the benefiting partner of it. So maybe you might want to ask your compatriot in Hanover, who must have at least a dozen on a county road. Why are we putting $4,000 in there? It is county expense. I'm pretty sure at the county road intersections with the highway where they have lighted intersections, the county pays for the electricity on those lights. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that one. Gray Road 12 and 6, 25 and 6 in Dornoch. 4 and 3, there's lighting there at that intersection. That's a county expense. It's not just because it's in West Gray. Anyway,
And whether it has to do with the old connecting link MTO, then we're in charge of every, I don't know. We can ask for sure, but I know we've always been the ones on the hook for it, but it could be county isn't because it's a hot provincial highway, but maybe that's the difference.
mhm. Well, as I said, maybe just check with some of the compatriots. Well, I guess what the strange part is then, the lights, are they split 4 different ways at the lights at 10-4 Junction? On County Road 10 and 28? Yeah, I just find it, it's one of those things when we're looking for funding. Maybe $4,000 right there. Okay, good point. Jeff, thanks. That's it for street lighting? It's getting painful. Airport and transit.
I do not have those budgets, so those are just estimates. I have not seen theirs yet to know actuals.
Look at vice chair of the board. Airport janitor. Oh, okay.
Vice Chair, no, we had a strategic vision plan meeting last week, but we didn't have quorum for the budget, so wait for that to be rescheduled. So hopefully we can get that done within the next week or so, and then get the budget over to Director Mike. Thank you.
That'll be the same thing for the smart transit too? Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Okay. All right. Just a little bit, if both members there, if they can find, it'd be greatly appreciated by by the municipality. If there can be even a 0% increase would be wonderful in their budget. Budget sheet, we're down to landfill on the operations. Before lunch, we had a fairly good discussion about this. Is there anything else in the landfill? Joyce.
Thank you. It's more for clarification. So I see Waste Diversion Ontario must be dropping off because we used to get like over 100 grand. So with our reduction in our blue box funding or what we would get from the market, that's dropped off. So I would anticipate that's probably why our numbers have lowered.
Yeah, we don't have, that's still just an estimate. We don't have the actual projections, but it is something that's being, once the full producer responsibility moves over to, that'll be gone. But yeah, it just depends on diversions and everyone else's diversions. And so we're just estimating that grant revenue at this point. We don't have, it hasn't been released.
Okay, anything else? I've just never seen that. We sell rain barrels and composters.
The proposal is to do that in 2024.
at a reduced cost from what you would buy it from the corner hardware store or co-op or whoever else is supplying them out there?
They'll be slightly cheaper because we'll be buying in bulk, but it won't be substantially cheaper. The initiative is more to try and encourage public education about what you can do with stormwater rather than diverting it to the storm sewer, and what you can do for waste diversion in terms of organics.
So where does the rainwater go after it's run off and the barrel's full? Does it end up in storm sewer? Or it's,
It would run onto the ground unless somehow you've got a direct route to the storm sewer. But the idea is generally those who are proponents of the rain barrels are typically active gardeners or have an actual use for the water on their property. They like to water their flowers with non-chlorinated water or the garden, for example. Some people attach a soaker hose to them, and they just have a nice light trickle to the gardens for whatever predetermined time they'd like to do that.
so there's a thought process that we have that much of a market out there. What you were just describing to me was those ones that are already involved in it, heavily in the gardens and whatnot, that we have that much more of a market aspect for this.
We believe there is a market. How big it is, well, that's why it's only a small number in the budget. And it would be sold at cost.
Any other thoughts or comments? One.
I'd almost like to see us promote the idea, rain barrels and the composters and everything. But I would be hesitant as to getting into the competitive marketplace with businesses that are already established in West Grey to sell these things. And being competing with them. I think we'd be better off to spend money promoting it. And as I say, a lot of the people that are see the advantages in it or have seen the advantages in it already have rain barrels and composters already. Just a thought.
Joyce?
Thank you. Where does it show under the expenses, like the actual purchase of these containers? Just to kind of get a feeling of, your profit or your.
2010, line 2010, operating revenues, and then just below that, you start into the expenses. Landfill materials and supplies. It's up to $9,000. 24 budget. Yeah. Proposed.
So it's kind of like you're doing like a pilot project kind of thing, like if you feel that it's warranted, you would propose to continue it then on, in your budget, or how are you looking at this for the future years?
Through your worship, yeah, I think pilot project would be a very good description. It was intended to add some green initiatives directly from West Grey. It's only a small dollar number to try and gauge what the actual interest is in the programs. And it's intended to be revenue and expense neutral.
Good. 1, 2.
Just a thought. I like the idea. I have 3 rain barrels. I have a composter. I try and encourage other people, even some of my family, to use them. maybe because of the fear of getting in, competing with our local businesses, maybe we could do some kind of incentive program to, whether it's a $5 coupon towards a rain barrel or a composter at the local hardware, or whoever else sells them. I don't know. Co-op maybe help sell some. So maybe we go that route. That way we don't have to lay out a lot of money other than to give out some kind of incentive to buy them. Maybe it's a few free bag tags for to encourage them to go and buy one of these things. So I don't know, just a thought. I like the idea of promoting it. I'm just not sure if we really need to be the ones that buy them to begin with.
Carrie?
And a coupon program may be more effort, require more work than it really needs to be, as opposed to just promotion. If you don't want to sell the actual product, then yeah, maybe it's just that education and promotion program. Nobody has to keep track of who got a coupon, who didn't get a coupon, how do we transfer the money to the hardware. You know, I think it could be more work than it's really worth for a coupon, as opposed to just selling it. But if we could just do the education program, if that's your wish.
Jeff?
I think staff has brought forward a green initiative that's a no cost initiative, and it's a very small number. I don't think we should be micromanaging this. I think we should just say thanks for taking that initiative and good luck with it.
Two things. Where do we store the inventory? And where do we retail it out of?
So initially, it would be a combination of the Durham and the Bentic Depot for storage, with the idea that bulk of the sales would occur at the landfills. There is no intent to add additional work here at the office, nor is there really storage to run that type of program out of the office here. So it would have to be a combination of landfills for the actual sale activity and storage at one of the depots or several of the depots.
Well, I don't know whether there's several, but Bentic and Durham depots where they're going to be sold at the landfill. Okay, all right. Good conversation. Any movement on that or anything else on the landfill budget? We do have $2,000 in there added this year for education. Public education and mailers, so. Okay. Last chance. Good. I did see a staff member slip out. Does anybody want to take a slight break before we get too far? Last comment, Joyce, before we take a break.
I was just thinking that if this is going to be a go after the budget's all completed, maybe just a suggestion, with this being a pilot promotion, maybe it could be mentioned in the winter newsletter, if that's still, happening in when the newsletter or the taxes go out, just to get that word going. Thank you.
I don't want to play operations, but obviously that's a communication thing, and we know who does communications. You're right. It's time to take a break. Let's take 5 minutes and stretch the legs. Okay, we're back online, Sheila. Excellent, thank you. All right, we were just about finished with landfill. Any other last things on landfill? Joyce?
Thank you. I know I've expressed this previously to staff and some council, but I've found over the years with our recycling cost being so enormous that I always felt that a fee should be charged at our landfill sites. And the reasoning being, there's so many that choose not to use curbside, and again, that's their choice. But now bringing it into the landfill site, we've had to increase the recycling bins enormously. So that's a cost burden to all taxpayers. We've also increased staff to monitor the recycling coming into the sites to ensure that it's not contaminated. So these have been additional costs that have surfaced over the last 5 years or more. So I feel that a minimal charge should be charged separately if people are just going to bring recycling in to the landfill site. So it's a thought, and I don't know how the rest of council would feel on that type of revenue-based item. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson, good too.
My first thought hearing that, Joyce, would be, first of all, people are going to say, why are you penalizing me for recycling? And the other thing goes along with that is we're probably, even though we're paying staff and monitoring, we're probably getting a cleaner amount of recycled put in those bins versus the one that they pick up at the roadside, because at the roadside, we really don't know what goes in there, right? And the truck drivers are so concerned about getting their job done that they don't take a lot of time to look at those. I see a lot of people put their recycle in plastic bags, which they don't want, right? Because then they have to take the plastic bags out of the material out. So I think, I understand where you're coming from, but I just think it'd be a real pushback because people are saying you're penalizing me for recycling, and we're actually going to get a cleaner product when they bring it themselves and when it's picked up at the road. Probably less chance of it getting into the garbage, right? So that's my thoughts.
Again, the unfortunate part of that is we have found still that they're saying that our bins are still contaminated. So we're still taking this extra caution on our part to ensure that everything's being done right. And I used to get frustrated with the Waste Diversion Ontario because we're all put under that same kind of caliber. They give you a percentile of the generalized waste being done or contaminating in the recycling. So I totally understand, but it was just a thought process, just to kind of generate a little more revenue when the costs associated with recycling are so high. Thank you.
The thoughts with that is there's a lot of changes coming with this whole recycling thing, and I think we're going to find that there's probably going to be less products recycled because the supplier is only going to want the clean bottles or the glass bottles, who knows what. But I think we're going to end up with probably more material going in our landfill, but we don't know. So it's a year or two out. I wouldn't want to see us do too much with it until we find out there's a lot of unknowns with this whole change. So I'd like to see us where we're going with that for sure. That's my thoughts on it.
Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And I don't think it all comes right down to contamination. I think your post-consumer market on some of the materials is the problem. So if there's no market for it, if it costs, there's a handling for them to take, like PET, for example, PET, they're blending that and then they're telling us that it's contaminated and they're blending it and then they're taking it down. So their market's reduced, and it's no different than our bale wrap that's sitting in our landfill. There's no market for that right now. There is, but it's very limited. And I think we're paying a penalty because of the rest of the market, or they don't have a market to move that to. So I think that's some of the things that, whether we have to start thinking about, is there market opportunities for West Grey to go find or tap into directly? And then maybe some of the stuff we are handling there, we can get, pick up some revenue on it. I don't think it's all contaminated. I think the market is reduced, and that's what they're just classifying as. Thank you.
Jeffrey. Councillor Shay.
I was on a provincial committee that was advising on this matter last term. And one of the ideas was that a lot of packaging materials are not recyclable because of the way that they're made, dual materials and stuff like that, and that the producers are responsible for collecting and disposing of that stuff. They will be encouraged to switch to more recyclable materials. We'll see what happens with that. But the other thing I seem to recall was that if you didn't have a blue box program in your community, you wouldn't necessarily qualify for this program. And if you did have recycling depots, that they might be subsidized under the new program. So it's possible that having recycling facilities at our dumps might be something that could turn into a revenue source under this new program. We might be a year or two before we see the details on that.
Okay. I guess the only thing I would add to that, and it's something that it's bothered me for, I don't know, since we get into curbside pickup at the municipality and of West Gray, and I've been here when that was started. If we have curbside pickup and we have a truck, we hire a truck to go up and down past everybody's driveway at least once every 2 weeks. In the summertime, some places it's once a week. And yet we have to hire more staff at our landfill on Saturday, Wednesdays and Saturdays, Fridays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, to take the garbage bag and the recycling. How is it, the taxpayers, we're double. How do we get that? How do we communicate that message out that we're paying double? I'm going to the other side and saying, let's forget about curbside pickup. Everybody wants to go to the landfill, fine. We'll just cancel curbside pickup, bring it to the landfill. Be your Saturday morning expedition. And certainly when we took that away and closed the Benelg landfill, Joyce, I think you were here for that. Whoa, if we hear about that, you can't close that. That's a ritual. That's what I do Saturday morning, is go to the landfill. I get a chance to find out what all the news is in the community. We probably could have put a Tim Hortons out there and it would have been the best selling Tim Hortons on a Saturday of any place in the municipality. I digress. It's a struggle. We're paying twice, and it's expanded and expanded over the years. But to your point, Jeff, hopefully within the next year and a half, give or take, we will see this producer responsibility, and maybe we can get some relief or get better pricing from it. Or do we make a delegation request to the ministry to find out what may be going on so that we can prioritize where we're heading with landfill management at Roma? I'm looking that might be acceptable to put in a request for the ministry for that. Yeah.
I think it was a rolling rollout, and we were in the last tier. So there should be communities that have already switched over to the producer responsibility model. So we should be able to find out how the rules are being developed.
Madam CEO. Laura?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Eccles. And to Councillor Shay's point, I've had a couple of conversations with some municipalities that have switched to the first producer blue box transition, and it's not great news. They're not economically, it's a struggle. They're with Waste Management, and they're not seeing any revenue coming in. In fact, it's going the other way. So I think a delegation at Roma might be timely for us to get it, share those stories and our concerns.
Well, you put the request in, you never know. Yeah. It's not even a crapshoot whether you're going to get it. Yeah, less than that. Yeah.
I also don't know why Waste Management is negotiating with municipalities on a one-to-one basis. I don't know why we as a group of municipalities don't band together and say, we'd like to negotiate en masse and just come up with one deal and get it done with. Like, I don't know if we could do that at the county level or some other sort of local organization of municipalities that can negotiate together.
The only thing I'll say to that is 4, 5, 6 years ago, municipalities of Chatsworth, West Grey, Grey Highlands went together to coordinate that. And yeah, everything was going good until the local producer, the local pickup guy in Grey Highlands was, oh, how can, and just about the 11th hour, Grey Highlands jumped away. It trying to keep cohesiveness in those contracts. Yeah, there's always going to be somebody somewhere that, you know, is going to take and jump out. I went through that for 4 or 5 years dealing with the police services, and it was, look, we'll do what the automotive industry does. You know, we'll negotiate the contract, you know, in unison, and there's nothing wrong with it. Collaborative bargaining. We had the whole meeting, everybody agreed. Say this. Mayor of Sarnia walked out the door and went back to Sarnia and negotiated his contract that very week ahead of everybody else and set the trend. There was he just like, really? Concept still is great. You know, if we have a committee for that, you're going to be the appointment from West Grey to bang your head on. I applaud you. I think you know, if we can do that, it would be excellent. But what you do is you eliminate competition in who's going to be able to bid on it or how you can negotiate for it. Or unless it's on the other side to pick up people, yeah, you can do it, but this is what you're going to be. And whether you're with Walkers or whether you're with Millers or whether you're with Waste Management, it's all going to be the same. Yeah, I'll see. We'll see. But starting, I think we need to go with negotiation from the ministry and get an idea of what is happening at this point in time, if we can get there. So we're kind of in agreement. Ask Laura to go that way. Good. Comments? So somebody's pointing at somebody
No,
here,
you're
and I
pointing at
can't. Yeah, and you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tom.
I just want to respond to Councillor Shea that in the county strategic vision plan and all that wonderful conversation and work that we've done, landfill is one of the things, and collection across the county is one of the shared services. And I think many council members had brought that forward. So just want you to know that they're actually working on that, how it all looks yet. We haven't seen it, but be sure to bring that back when it comes forward. Thank you.
Okay. Doug too.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe we cut off here soon? I think, well, we're not done. We haven't accomplished our goal, but I just think we're getting to the point where it'd be nice to wrap it up for the day. But before we do that, I would like to throw an idea out, particular for our CAO, to think about and bring back maybe next meeting. And maybe at the next meeting, we'll have some other budgets. Like I see libraries the next on our list here. And maybe Saulding Valley will have something for us and so on. So I'm just throwing that out there if people are interested. Otherwise, you know, I'm willing to carry on if you want to carry on. But I think Scott's, I think the bar is open soon down where Scott is.
It's getting closer to 5 o'clock where he is.
5 o'clock somewhere, right? So anyways, that's my suggestion.
Okay. So your suggestion was? You had one comment, so
I have an idea I would like to throw out. Okay, so my idea has to do with the Economic Development Officer that is under the CAO 1.24 budget request. So and what it is basically for us to hire an economic development officer. And I know from the strategic planning that council did, I wasn't at it, but I know we've talked many times about the need for an economic development person. So it's not in our budget, it's a request. My thoughts are, we used to have an economic development person, but over time, that position, and I'm not sure if that was a full-time position, the CEO can enlighten us, but that position sort of morphed into a planner position. And now we're at the point where we have a part-time planner, I believe, Mary, no, or a contract planner. Planning consultant. Okay, so we have a planning consultant. We use our county planners to help us when it comes to, or they do the subdivision part of it. So I'm wondering if going forward, that if there is any staff time allotted to economic development already in the past, whether that's out there, that maybe instead of hiring a full-time planner, if that's the direction we're going, because we don't have a full-time planner now, that we maybe try to get by on a contract basis with the county, a part-time planner, reserve some money to hire an economic development person. I'd be even willing to, if it helps, to suggest that maybe we don't go forward with the recreation and trails master plan. If we can use, I know Carrie's used some of the parks money for that, but some way of making that help us in order to get that economic development person on the books, so that we and maybe down the road they can help us with some kind of recreation planning. But just a thought in terms of is there any flexibility in terms of getting this economic development person into our budget? And I just thought I'd throw it out there, let people think about it. Maybe our CEO has some ideas that she wants to bring back to us, whether there's any opportunity to do some changing in terms of what staff looks like. So I'm just throwing that out there and food for thought.
I'm going to take your ideas that we'll go through this one, economic development, and then maybe we'll call it a day. But with that on the floor, Madam CEO, do you want to make comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Hutchison, thank you for your creativity and attempt at securing this position, which I believe would be a valuable asset to the corporation. I'll appreciate the time to meet with staff to see how we could bring this to light at the next meeting. Some things to think about for sure.
Okay.
And if I may add, Mr. Mayor, just on the planning front, the current model that we have really won't be sustainable for the long haul, because it's an expensive option to continue using planning consultants for the bulk of our planning work. And the county is assisting, but even they're finding that capacity is getting a little tight. So we do need to have a more permanent solution for planning, but we'll see what we can come up with.
Okay. Any further comments? This will be the last item we'll discuss, and then we'll wrap it up on the budget request for economic development. Councillor Hutchison has put that forward. Councillor Shea. Jeff?
Well, I do like Councillor's out of the box thinking. And I think a couple of people mentioned that, master plans or plans or consultants reports or strategic plans are only valuable if we pay attention to them. And we did do a strategic planning session, and the first priority that came out of that session was getting an economic development officer. So I do think it should be a high priority. This is going to be an awkward year, but it may not have a full impact on the budget because we probably wouldn't be able to hire the person in January. So it might be less than a year's salary impact in 2024. So again, leaving it with the CAO to sort of put some thought into, and we can maybe continue the conversation next time.
Okay, anyone else? Significant budget pressures, and who's in here, adding 95,000, somewhere around there? Deputy Mayor, Tom?
Mayor Eccles, and like I said last time, I wholeheartedly support anything to do with economic development, and I think it all evolves around growth and, you know, attracting tourism, attracting businesses, growth, everything here. But I think that's almost a 1% increase on when we're sitting here struggling to drive this down and even further. And that's, if I could find more other areas where we could bring that down and complement with that, such an important position, I think I could endorse that. But I'm struggling because of the high increase on the levy, and with the fact that the county is still struggling too, because as a rule, you know, the county does come in and that lowers us on the blend. That's not the situation we're in here, and that's a very scary position to be in. And I'm very concerned about the people that, you know, we're faced with some very expensive interest rates coming up, the inflation, and just the cost just to keep your head above water. That's what I'm looking at, and the impact across. We have a tremendous amount of people that are on fixed incomes, and a lot of people that are, you know, double incomes and are struggling. So that's what we have to think about. And of course, we have all our wonderful infrastructure around us, et cetera, et cetera. So I would rather like sit on this for a couple of weeks, think about it, maybe have some more time to review and look, and just to see some more soul searching where we can land on this. That's where I would like to land today. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so staff, you're fine. Laura, you're fine with going through with kind of the suggestion, and I think it was said the out of box thinking process there. We'll work with that. All right. And bring that back forward to December the 12th. Carrie? Okay. See what it looks like. One last question, double parted, Carrie. So we've made a few little cuts this afternoon. Are we down below 10% yet? I didn't think so. You got an update for us of where we can finish off this afternoon?
You're at 10.3%, 5.5 or 716,000 on operating, and 4.8 or 628,000 on capital.
And was that big number? You just made me forget what the second question was. The second part of that question I was going to ask you. I just, oh, it is time to maybe slow it up. If there's nothing else, Mr. Clerk, we're going to call it a day. Are we fine with that? Everybody's in kind of an agreement? Oh yeah, I know you've got a bylaw here to confirm the proceedings. Just want to make sure that people are ready to shut it down before we confirm anything that we've done today, Jamie. Okay. All right. Great. I think this was very good work. You can at a point in time kind of hit a wall. So I'm going to take the suggestion and the feelings that we've done. We can go home and do a bit more homework. Councillor Forrester can sift his toes through the sand for the next few days and come up with some great wisdom when he comes back to us next week, and have lots of great suggestions on moving this budget forward. Thank you for joining us online, Scott, and being the brunt of most of the jokes today. Appreciate that. Great work. We need one more, we'll shut it down on the budget review. We need a motion to move bylaw to confirm the proceedings. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Townsend. No, sorry, Councillor Forrester. I'll get Scott in on that one. Okay, any questions on the motion? You ready to vote? All in favor of the confirming bylaw? Any opposed? That is passed. Okay. And I think with that, can I adjourn the meeting that we've got to the bottom of it? Okay. We'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for joining, and thank you for your great work. And thank you, staff, for clarifying and being